Okay, good morning everyone. I'm very proud to be standing here. I'm your MC for this event. So, good morning everyone. We have people joining us online. So, a very good morning, afternoon, or evening to you who are joining us via YouTube. A big warm welcome. So, yes, we are here for these 2 days for the Promise and Practice of Open Science, the COAR Asia OA meeting. Okay, so we are doing this in New Delhi. We have been going to different countries in the region to do this, and we are very happy to be doing this time in New Delhi. So a big warm welcome. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Ms. Kathleen Scherer, who is the COAR Executive Director, to come to the stage to give us a warm welcome. Thank you very much. May I invite Kathleen to the stage, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suni, and thank you so much for coming to our meetings today. It's a pleasure for us to be here in New Delhi, as Suni said. Maybe a few words about COAR and who we are and our mission. COAR is an international association. We have about 150 members from mainly governments, universities, university libraries around the world. And we really work on repository interoperability and networking. So we don't just represent our members. The work that we do, really, we aim to benefit all repositories, regardless of whether they belong to COAR or not. And this is very important because we know that research is global, and we really want to have a global network of repositories to be able to seamlessly share research outputs across the world. But the other aspect of that global is the local aspect. Local languages, different research outputs in different countries. So the local aspect of repositories, being able to respond to the needs of certain communities is also very important. And that's why we like to ensure that we at COAR go and visit different regions and different countries to understand the needs and the issues for communities outside of the global north, shall we say, because we hear a lot about the voices of the global north. So our vision really is to create this knowledge commons, this international knowledge commons based on a foundation of open access repositories that will provide access to research outputs around the world, not only to researchers, but to civil society, to practitioners, to the public, so that everyone can benefit from the results of our research. And we recently saw with the COVID-19 pandemic how important that really is, that we all have the results and the rapid results of research outputs to be able to solve very pressing problems in our world. I think the UNESCO recommendation on open science has been incredibly helpful for us and incredibly influential in terms of advancing open science. It's put open science on the radar of many countries. And to UNESCO, we are very grateful for the work that you have done on open science recently. Those recommendations were unanimously adopted by all member states in November 2021. And so I think it is very fitting that we are having our 7th Asia OA meeting in the UNESCO office here in New Delhi. And we are also organizing this meeting in the backdrop of a recent agreement that between the G20 chief science officers. They met in Gujarat in August of 2023, and at that meeting it was agreed to establish interoperability standards for repositories across all the G20 countries. So we hope that this meeting will contribute to advancing that aim that was set out by not only UNESCO in their recommendation, but also the G20 repository interoperability standards. And we very much look forward to bringing to you some of the news and activities that are happening outside of India from some of our G20 partners and others, and also very much listening to you and hearing about what are some of the issues and challenges on the ground here in the Indian context. So on that note, would just like to say many, many thank you to Benno, to Tim, to the rest of the team here at UNESCO for hosting this meeting. And also to Vrushali and Dr. Bormani. Unfortunately, he could not be here today, from the AISSMS College of Engineering in Pune, who have also been very much involved in developing the program with us for the meeting in the next couple of days. So thank you very much again, and I really look forward to our discussions over the next 2 days. And with that, I guess I'd like to invite Tim Curtis to come up and say a few words on behalf of UNESCO.
Thank you.
Just a very small token.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you, everyone, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, very good morning to you and welcome to UNESCO New Delhi. We're very happy to have you here today for this meeting on the promise and practice of open science. Allow me also to thank and welcome especially the organizers of the event, the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, and the All India Sri Shivaji Memorial Society College of Engineering. I don't know if I got the pronunciation right, but I did my best. I'd like to thank Kathleen for the opening remarks and the mention of UNESCO's work. I'll talk a little bit about it because we know that science holds the undeniable potential to change our world for the better. Today, faced with, for instance, climate disruption and its already evident and tangible consequences, and other risks such as repeated pandemics, adverse impacts on food, energy, water security, we need, even more than ever, we need more science. And science that is open and collaborative and therefore effective. The COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, already has showed the potential of open science, although in rather tragic circumstances. Indeed, more than 85% of the articles on COVID-19 were open access by mid-2021, compared to an average of 40% of academic articles normally allowing science in the normal context, and which allowed science to make greater breakthroughs in record time faced with the crisis we were facing. We can and must go further. We must make scientific results, processes, and methods accessible, and we must democratize science, whether through citizen science or dialogue, for instance, with indigenous knowledge systems. We must bring about a cultural shift to ensure that open science is no longer the exception, but the rule. But to explore these opportunities, scientists need access to data and information. We need finance, equipment to carry out research, collaboration with peers to accelerating progress, while at the same time bridging technical and knowledge gaps within and between countries. Scientists, first and foremost need to engage with society. That is precisely what UNESCO aims to do, and in November 2021, as we heard, UNESCO's member states adopted the UNESCO Recommendation on Open Science, unanimously acknowledging the urgency of making science more accessible, more inclusive, more transparent, and more in step with society and its needs. And in doing so, they underlined that it was time to make science a global public good. So the UNESCO Recommendation on Open Science provides an international framework for open science policy and practice aimed at reducing the technological and knowledge divide between and within countries. It outlines a common definition, shared values, principles, and standards, and proposes actions to support fair and equitable open science for all at individual, institutional, national, regional, and international levels. Further, open science has the potential to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by reducing or ending inequalities in access to science, technology, innovations, and their applications. We know that the Sustainable Development Goals are not on track for 2030, and in November there will be a major summit for the future, which will be looking at acceleration possibilities for achieving SDGs, and open science will surely have an important role to play across all the Sustainable Development Goals. And since 2021, UNESCO has continued to support member states in implementing this recommendation. So since then, 11 countries have already implemented relevant policies, strategies, and legislative frameworks in line with the recommendation. 4 countries have included the principles of open science in their domestic science policies, and over 10 are currently developing open science policies based on the recommendation, some in Africa, but also in Latin America and in Europe. So across the globe, UNESCO has also trained professionals, academics, and decision makers while establishing partnerships and cooperation with regional and international organizations that are part of the Global Open Science Partnership, which today has about more than 70 members and is growing. And while we are also supporting several intergovernmental structures in developing policies and action plans for open science at the regional level. So to drive this momentum, we now need not only to review properly the progress in open science around the world, but also to clearly measure and show the positive changes it can lead to for sustainable development, for the reduction of inequalities between regions, and the advancement, of course, of scientific knowledge. One can promote open science by reading, talking, and writing about it, for instance, by becoming an open science ambassador, publishing on open platforms, creating a community of practice, investing in open science, and adopting open science principles in any organization's policy and codes of conduct. So with this in mind, UNESCO became a partner to host today's event on the practice and promise of open science. We're very happy to do so. With COAR and the All India Sri Shivaji Memorial Society College of Engineering for this event. We look forward to learning more today about open science policies and practices in Asia and around the world. And we really do hope that the output of this meeting will help collectively advance the development of open science repositories in India, of course, but of course in other regions in the broader region. So with this again, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for coming to UNESCO, and thank you for your commitment to open science, and we look forward to hearing the discussions.
Thank you very much, Tim Curtis. Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much to UNESCO for hosting today's event, and of course tomorrow as well. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Roshali from AISSMS, who's the other local host for this meeting. So, Dr. Roshali, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Suni. On behalf of my college, AISSMS College of Engineering, my director was not able to come here because of the committee visit. I am just representing him. So I welcome you all. I thank you, Kathleen, for giving us opportunity to work as a local host for this meeting, to Benno for this UNESCO things, because you all know that from 1.5 years we are preparing for this meeting. So thank you all for coming here, and you have very good presentations ahead for the next 2 days. And if any lacunas in the arrangements, because I was in Pune, Kathleen was in USA, like our people was distributed internationally, and main office was here in UNESCO. So that's why, some, if any lacuna in organization, I'll really say sorry, and you just enjoy your learning. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Now I will read. Now I'll read the bio of Dr. Ramesh Gaur, who is our keynote speaker. Dr. Ramesh Gaur is working with he is a dean and director at head at Kalanidhini Division of Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts, New Delhi, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He is responsible for management and smooth running of various academics program, including 7 PG diploma courses and 5 short-term courses in various disciplines. Dr. Gaur, he played a very vital role creating awareness, education and training about research publication ethics, particularly in plagiarism in India. He significantly contributed in digitization, digital archiving of indigenous cultural heritage, and promoting open access, particularly in thesis and dissertation. I welcome Dr. Gaur for his keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning. Namaskar. At the outset, I must thank organizers. First, Ms. Kathleen Scherer, Executive Director of COAR. Yeah, thank you. And also the co-host, both principal and librarian of AISSMS College of Engineering College, Pune, and of course the host of this event, Honorable Director of UNESCO, Ms. Tim Kitters, for kind hospitality and this honor for me to deliver this keynote address in this very, very important event. We all know that last almost a year, during this G20 meeting summit at India, there are so many vital discussions, and open access was one of the key discussion, particularly during the education core group meetings. So many important issues were discussed. But I'm so happy that COAR is organizing this event in India. I don't know, I have not seen any other event. It may be the first of its kind in India. So thank you and congratulations for hosting it. So basically, when we are talking about the critical role of repository in providing access to research, I'm very much impressed and very much happy with this theme, because we consider books and journals are the two important sources of primary literature for research. And we have seen from the ages, open access initiative in journals and books have been taken by entire world, not just in any particular region. Lot of warriors and the promoters of open access trying their best, but still after so many years we have not achieved the set targets, like it may be Plan S model in US or various initiative in another part of the world. Somewhere I think we fail to have that kind of momentum or movement in providing open access to journals. And moreover, because when business interests are linked with certain things, there are people, they don't want you to succeed. So predatory publishing has definitely downgraded our momentum of open access journals. Similarly, when you talk about open access books, hardly even authors are interested in contributing to open access books. When I was in JNU, I tried to create a set up a open access publishing repository or a kind of publishing publisher. JNU as a open publisher of open access books, and everything was done. Even the committee was formed, various process was laid down, but the end we didn't get any encouragement from the faculty to contribute to the open access repository because they all are interested with commercial publishers. So that's another big challenge. So in this context, like although we are trying hard, there are so many funding agency has made it mandatory to publish in open access journals, but our kind of the academic system, like promotions and recruitment, that impact factor and H index play a very important role. So even authors are not very keen to contribute to open access journal. Somehow something is going on, but it is not something which is we want, or the people who want to promote open access wants. So what is left, like digital repository, and in this context it is very important because of many reasons. Because I believe we have so much our own contents which has not been digitized. Take example in India, like we have initiated very good thesis repository, open access thesis repository Shodh Ganga, but the how many, like 4-5 lakh records for 5,000 hundreds is not something which is our target. It should be something at least maybe minimum 1 million or 2 million thesis should be available, and that should be the target. Similarly, when we, like I comes from a cultural institute, we have as an estimate 10 million manuscripts in this country, and these manuscripts are not just on rituals or tradition or our Vedas and Purana. These manuscripts are on mathematics, on astronomy, on various aspects of science, and many of the knowledge, hidden knowledge available in these manuscripts have not been explored. Similarly, there is so much many journals are published by many institutions in India, because there is, in the past there is a culture of publishing, but most of the journals either published in print. Still we have not explored or taken advantage of that. In this context, another important thing which I want to highlight is Government of India data. We have so much data is created by various ministries and institutions, census and all those things. But still, although we have data.gov portal, but still there is a lot of potential and scope. I'm also the member of the UNESCO Global Task Force on Indigenous Languages. When we are talking about the languages of India, as an estimate, we have at least 15,000 courses are being conducted by various universities in India. 15,000 types of courses. Now, there is a huge requirement of regional literature which has not been digitized, not being made accessible. So, in that case, I think I consider this theme the critical role of repository in providing access to research is very important, and I'm sure next 2 days this discussion will be on this focus. So when we talk about this, let me run through some of my slides which I thought of. Okay, now. So I will not deliver more about it, because you all know this Confederation of Open Access Repository, which is contributing significantly, and I think this is something very important occasion where they have organized this event in India. I will focus more about even Director UNESCO talked about SDG. my experience, not just in India but in a larger part of Asia, there are certain programs which has wonderful connectivity with the libraries, but libraries are not aware of that. They are not connected, or they are not very much involved in the program. It may be Sustainable Development Goal initiative, it may be UNESCO Memory of the World program, it may be the various initiative of IFLA in preserving the cultural heritage. There are many things which are still not known to the libraries, and there is a greater need. That's the challenge I consider, that libraries have greater potential to contribute in this entire segment of open science and SDG. Somewhere I think, at least in India, we need to have a better awareness, so they can understand that open science enables the pooling of resources, expertise and solution need to address these challenges effectively, and libraries can contribute significantly in that. So, in this context, how we can contribute, we should have certain kind of like a action plan, a model, that all these relevant SDG goals, how we can connect, how can we ensure that libraries should contribute. When we talk about open science in India, there are a lot of discussion, a lot of initiative, many events and activities do take place to discuss all these issues in details. But somehow except open educational resources, the rest of other issues are not very well taken. Definitely there is a good work done in the direction of open educational resources, and open educational resources which Ministry of Education has even have a very dedicated portal and various kind of initiative at number of institutions. It may be structured program, it may be that NMICT is playing a very important role, it may be NPTEL or so many list of OER initiative. But when we talk about other SDG goal in connection with open science, I think there is a much to be done in this regard. In terms of policies and program, we have lot. Like even Department of Science and Technology has come out with this open access policy long back in 2012, and also this open government data platform, open data portal has been data.gov. has been initiated. But somewhere I think the real implementation of this policy or achieving the desired result is still not in that direction. Or we have number of funding agencies. When we talk about science and technology, we have CSR, we have DBT, DST, and even UGC provide a lot of funding. Somewhere these particular funding agencies, although they try to provide guidelines, some of them have introduced some guidelines for mandatory publishing of research output based on their funding in the open access journal, but still it has not come out in that kind of a proper policy framework. There are a number of initiatives at local level, state government level. A number of state governments have certain programs and policies, but still if we talk about some concrete programs or project, we have to really think over it. In terms of capacity building and awareness, definitely libraries try to contribute a lot in this area. I have seen number of events, workshops and other programs taking place in various areas. Even certain kind of funding is also available to do the digitization, but it also need to be enhanced. At government level, I think first time I have seen a serious discussion at G20 summit time. There were stakeholders from very senior level bureaucracy and also ministry. They were very, and I'm sure that we are very excited and we are waiting that how these discussions at G20 going to be converted in form of some action or concrete implementation, because I have been part of government from last 20-30 years. I have seen so many discussions and committees, reports and recommendations, but the real action coming out of these is still definitely. One thing I really want to highlight here, that when we talk about institutional repository, India has done exceedingly well. Our libraries have really contributed very significantly. Almost in academic and research libraries, you will find almost all major universities or IITs or IIMs, they have been trying to create institutional repositories, and DSpace has definitely played a very important role as an open source tool in helping them, and you will find a lot of institutional repository initiative, small or big, taking place, and there are number of institutionalized institutional repository initiative, like one definitely Sodhganga is the largest example, and also this Indian Council of Agriculture Research, which is having this Krishi Kosh. It is also, and definitely that's National Digital Library of India as a harvester has come out with a very good platform to harvest the data from those small and big institutional repository to make it accessible. Surely we have a lot of open access journals, but mostly some are in medical sciences, and some of our academies and society like Indian Science Academy and others, they have implemented some good models, and many of their journals are available through various platforms, including some directly like every field. There are a good number of open access journal, but unfortunately the importance of these open access journal or growth of these open access journal, as I said in my opening remarks, has been basically having a lot of issues because of these two factors. One is the predatory journals, because after this implementation of our mandatory scheme of having some kind of API score for recruitment and promotion, there was a requirement for each and every researcher to get a job to have a minimum score, API score, and also to get promotion. So in that, everybody was looking for opportunity to publish articles to get that API score, but that leads to mushrooming of unwanted journals, predatory journals, and undoubtedly because India is leading in that number of predatory journal. Predatory journal problem is worldwide, not just in India, but we have the largest number of predatory journals published in. Definitely, Government of India has come out with certain ways to control it. One of the example in this is a very good initiative by University Grant Commission of India in terms of a list of journals. We call it COAR, UGC COAR list. And what is that? That list consists of all journals which are included in Web of Science and Scopus, and plus there are two listed in two parts, part A and part B. Part A basically consists of journals which are not part of any like Web of Science or Scopus, and those are the journals which we consider quality journals. So this is a very good initiative of UGC to control this predatory journals, because now it has been made mandatory in that any scholar who is working in university and wish to become a recruitee in any university as assistant professor, he or she must publish journals, articles in those journals which are listed in UGC CARE list. So one way that is a good initiative to control that mushrooming of predatory journals. Second good initiative in this regard is that now there are number of funding agency which is giving like directions or that if you publish in our outcome in the open access journal. So somewhere there are some initiative, but still I think we have not come out with that kind of like numbers which we can say that we have largest number of open access journal. And another the problem or challenge I consider is that somewhere we need to change those mindset that for promotion and recruitment that H-index or impact factor is very, very important, and that comes through only publishing in those journals which are being published by the commercial publishers. So when we talk about the funding agency, like you can see there, the funding agencies such as DST or Indian Council of Medical Research, Department of DBT have introduced open access mandates requiring researchers to make their funded research publication openly accessible. Compliance these mandates encourage researchers to publish in open access journal or deposit in preprint or reprint repositories. So that's a like a very good initiative. These are the other funding agencies you can see from India, like on this like we all know that it was somehow mandatory for every country to have an open government data portal, and in this context this OGD was opened long back. It's a very good initiative, but it's a slow growth. It has many reasons why it has not picked up, why we don't have a lot of data on this, although government is creating a lot of data. I am the chairman of a task force constituted by Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, to basically integrate government libraries in a single access system to enhance the more collaboration and also to enhance the better use of the resources. In this, we have discussed a lot about this, that what is lacking, that most of the like the kind of system prepared to upload the data on this portal somewhere needs certain kind of refinement, because somewhere libraries are not connected with this, because most of the data like reports and other things produced by ministries comes to the library of that ministry, but somewhere that libraries as a coordinator is lacking. And moreover, many times the data created by government, initial raw data is sometimes very, very complicated. User is generally looking, there are very few they want raw data. Ultimately people want the processed data in form of a report or in form of a publication, and that is something we need to create a central digital repository of ministries. So that was the one of the like we have recommended two very important program in this report which has been submitted to Government of India for implementation. One of the initiative is to have a single window access system for all union catalog using open source COAR. And another important initiative is to create a digital repository of all government publications which is accessible under open access to everybody, all researchers and all ministries. Government data or reports should be accessible, like when we are talking about the budget document or Ministry of Finance report or any ministry report. So that way I'm not saying this is a kind of alternative or substitute to it. It can complement this portal, because this portal continue to provide the data the way it is providing. That's another way of dealing the challenge of providing access to the government repository and data. As I mentioned, currently the kind of open access model being implemented in India, OER, we all know that number of initiative I have already mentioned about that. National Digital Library of India, why I have mentioned it separately, because it has really helped, although we have lot of repositories in the past, but what was happening, people were not aware of it. There were a lot of data available, scattered data available in different repositories. One good thing done by the National Digital Library of India project is that by harvesting the data, they have provided single window access to that repository. They are not providing directly digital contents, they are providing link to that particular resource. But the good thing is that now university students, teachers, faculty, they can directly log in into, and they can just search. And as of now, I believe, I don't have any exact figure, but it is something more than 2 million records are available in this particular repository. Somebody know the exact number can update me. We have this India RXP, this is a initiative of Center for Open Science and other partners to archive the preprints, but I have not seen much usage and coverage in this, but it is one of the initiative. A lot of institutions and universities have come out with their open access policies, and they are encouraging researcher to. One of the issue in contributing to open access journal, which I realized and I faced in university when I was in GNU, that many of these open access journals highly charge for publishing as an author processing fee, and many times there are like somewhere, if you have a project, suppose you have a DST project, you can contribute from that for the APC charges, but there are faculty members who want to contribute in open access journal, but they don't have that budget to contribute. So I explored, I initiate one. There are a number of ways to deal with, like you can take membership of like Biomed Central or PLOS. They have certain kind of membership which gives some discounts, and also during negotiation with the publishers, we asked to give the free coupons for publishing under open access journal. So I think that was the one of the model, even in FilmNet negotiation, that they try to negotiate that if publishers can give some free coupons to publish under open access journal. So somewhere I think when universities made their policy, they have to really think of having a separate budgeting to contribute to this. See, one thing we need to understand, open access doesn't come free. There is a cost involved in it. Somebody has to pay for it. So we should not accept that it should be freely available, everything should be free. Somebody has to bear the cost. And who should bear that cost? That's, see, the biggest problem in promoting open access is that we are not able to finally come out with a model who should bear that cost involved in creating open access resources or repositories. This is the NDLI I was talking, like it has all subject covered in this, and it is doing wonderful work. Before that, I think we were having a project which was named as Digital Library of India, and that was also a very ambitious project to provide. I just want to talk because we should learn from our failures also. And what was the failure in that project? We didn't prepare proper guidelines. So what happened, like idea was to digitize only books which are out of copyright. But what will happen, libraries were very anxious, or they were excited, they digitized many books which were not out of copyright. And when those books were uploaded on Digital Library of India platform, when website was made operationalized, complaints start coming from certain people that it is not part of, I have not given copyright, or it is my copyright. But what will happen? I think our failure was that there was no taker. Like that's another important thing, that when we initiate any digital repository, particularly a collaborative digital repository initiative, we should ensure who is going to take care of that in future. And what happened, that was a project of certain university in US, in China and Japan or India, and all those run away from the responsibilities, and nobody knows where that million books data has gone. I was talking to one of the key member of the Internet Archive, and he mentioned me a very interesting story, that when your data, Digital Library of India was online, I have transferred lot of data from Digital Library of India to Internet Archive. So that way, many of the books which were digitized as a part of Digital Library of India project are available on Internet Archive. So I think that's this is the harvesting project only, but whenever we need to create a central digital repository, we have to be very careful, and we have to ensure that who should be the taking care of all the after the process is over or funding is not there. NDLI is helping other institution even for creation of digital repository. If you have contents, you can collaborate with them. They will help you in training, providing the spaces and other facilities for creating digital repositories. Definitely, Director of Infantry sitting here. This is something I really dream to become at least a million record in years to come, because we have so much data available in various universities, but somewhere I think this has to be done, and this can provide a large and this can be one good example of central digital repository of I know that they were initially, when this project was started, because I have been involved in this project since its draft guidelines making in 2005, when UGC decided to start this project, and that was the time I came from US and I was with Professor Edward Fox, who was the father of e-thesis repository in the world, and he was initiating that time project National Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation. So this particular project emerged with lot of difficulties, initial difficulty, mindset. Many of them were not willing to share the data, initially IITs were not willing to share data, a lot of issues, but slowly I appreciate the work done by InflimNet, that we are able to get such a large number of data. This is all, you can go through the website, and there are a number of other digital repository available, which I can just give you the particular names, and you can just go through and know more about it. I don't want to talk more about it because this I already covered something. I will be focusing more on something which is not part of the slide. My own ministry, here actually due to paucity of time, I was not able to include some slides in that. But I just want to brief you in terms of central digital repository, what we are doing. So we have created a audio video repository called National Cultural Audio Video Archive, which is a which is considered like the repository of recordings of very historical videos or audios of India, when you will see the association of Mahatma Gandhi, and when her essays were immersed in so all these historical and lot of prominent artist recordings. So 30,000 hours of audio video recording is available under open access. And we got the certification of trusted digital repository for that repository. We are aiming to make it in next 5 years at least minimum 200,000 hours of video recording. We have signed some MOUs with various institutions in India. I see great potential in that because I give an example. I was the director of National School of Drama for almost 2 years, and there are about 10,000 hours of video recording of those plays starting from 1959 when Nasruddin Shah was a young man, or Anupam Kher was just a 18-year-old, 20-year-old person. And so those plays, like today's generation never have seen. If we can like digitize those plays and make it accessible over the OTT or even under a central digital repository, it will be a, like for the theater, drama, and other than even public, it will be a great asset, and it can be a good learning for the students of drama and theater also, learning from these greats. Similarly, if you talk about Sangeet Natak Academy, huge recordings are available. Doordarshan, All India Radio. We have such a vast heritage in terms of audio video archive, but we have not digitized. So there is a great scope for creating it. Ministry of Culture initiated a project called National Virtual Library of India, which is known as NVLI. Under that, a portal has been created, India Culture Portal. That's also under free open access, and anybody can have access to it. So you can find lot of data on open data on the culture, and a lot of manuscripts and audio, video. Just yesterday we have signed an agreement with the IIT Jodhpur, and we are planning to upload or create a central repository of our 300,000 digitized manuscripts, 100,000 visuals, 4,000 rare books, and about near about 200,000 other archival material. So maybe five to 600,000 items are planned in this central repository, digital repository, which we are going to create with this in collaboration with IIT Jodhpur, because we have the resources and IIT Jodhpur has the expertise. So there are a lot to contribute to central digital repository. Not just these are the few examples. If you like, many of the people sitting here, they may have number of things. I keep on hearing about a lot of old historical libraries in India, and in this context, like central digital repository are going to play a very important or crucial role in enhancing the accessibility. And moreover, when we are talking about new education policy of India, and we are talking about providing education in mother tongue, we have a big challenge of creating more and more resources, and a lot to be digitized, lot to be uploaded. But my last conclusion with some kind of like a request or suggestion, that I think we start the work, but we lack the proper planning or a proper vision to sustain it, because sustainability is a real factor in most of these digital repository or open access journal, because things are starting and being closed at very prematurely without coming to the its conclusion or giving some more advantage to the community. With these words, I thanks organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts in very important topic. I will be happy to take up any question if there is time, or thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh Gaur, Dean Director, Library and Information and Head of Kalan Nidhi Division, IGNCA. Thank you very much once again. So we are now open for questions. Yeah, if you could use the mic so that the people online can hear you as well. And we need a mic for Dr. Ramesh. Thank you very much. Yeah. Could you please identify yourself first and then your question? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for a very nice talk. My name is Vinod. I go by the pronunciation. And
yeah. Can you on the mic? Yeah.
Do you hear me?
The mic is it on?
Okay.
Yes, now.
People on the internet, do you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
fine. Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. My name is Vinod. My pronouns are he, him. And there are two questions and one remark. The remark first, the Center for Open Science did not initiate the India Archive project. It was actually a bottom-up project of the Open Access India, where community members were involved, and because there were not enough takers for it locally, then it was shifted to the Center for Open Science to be hosted. And my first question is that, do you have any thoughts on having metrics for the Sustainable Development Goals? Because right now it's there and we're not able to reach that. And if we have metrics are always a problem, but it can also be gamified. But do we have right kind of metric to identify these kind of research approaches, these kind of SDGs, and have we moved towards that goal in order to succeed that, okay, this is like a check mark that we can do?
Thank you. First, thanks for correcting me. See, basically, I always believe that any initiative, it should be a kind of collaborative venture, because what is happening, many of our initiatives are in isolation. We initiate things and these initiatives are individual driven. When individuals disappear, things disappear. Take example of Digital Library of India, which I quoted. Some great man was involved, and once he withdrawn himself, things were gone haywire. I have been experiencing that we have great resources, but somewhere I think we lack the complete blueprint. Like, a lot of digitization has taken place, but we don't know what after digitization. People are storing it in DVD drives, hard disk or server, but it is not reaching to the ultimate user because we have not planned in a proper manner, like how a particular task to be achieved, starting from first step to the last step, like enhancing or giving equitable access. That's one of the goal. But if you see the entire rural India, they are still lacking that access. Our public library system, like how many libraries? Maybe 50,000 public libraries, and that also not all great. With a population of 140 crore, we need minimum 4 to 500,000. So what is happening? Like that, until unless we try to think of reaching out that in our Panchayati Raj institution, there is a clear indication or mandate that every panchayat should have a library. We need to achieve that goal first, because when 200,000 panchayat is having a library, now we are reaching out with the fiber connectivity. So first thing is that we need to enhance the scope of our resources. We have to reach out to the unreached, which we have not done so far, which is very, very important. Second is that we have to change the mindset. What is happening? There are certain mindset in the people's mind, those not just people who are who doesn't matter, who are significantly matter in the matter, that everything is available on internet. What is the need of the libraries? So that mindset need to be changed, that libraries and internet resources are two different concept, and the kind of voice required for library development, particularly Somehow our education, academic sector is doing well. Science and technology institutions are also having plenty of resources. Take example, take model. Influent is supporting to IITs, IIMs, central universities, or universities who are having good support. But in my opinion, it should be other way around. Influent resources should be provided to the colleges and libraries who cannot afford it. Our model should be other way around, because IITs have such a huge infrastructure and understanding, they can manage anything. So when we talk about achieving those sustainable goals, the library is essential for education, for research, for any kind of development. And I think our government has done extremely well in creating that network awareness. This is the right time, this is the right opportunity that we librarians should also come forward. That the people who are library lovers, friends of the libraries, academicians and other bureaucrats, they should also come forward, that we should reach out to the unreached, which is very, very important. And in this, open access is one of the most important component, because if you can create a digital bandwidth at panchayat level, you may not able to send so many books and journals to them. There will be problem of space, infrastructure, but one computer with all these open access resource can create wonders for all those people sitting in those rural areas. So I think we need to have a and in the coming times we have to have new and innovative models. Like in Jhansi, one library has been opened. They have named a zero net library. That library can create their own electricity, own water resources, and also a sustainable model like how to sustain without support from the government. We need to explore those kind of like models to achieve our sustainable development goal. Thank you. Hope I am able to give you some thoughts on that.
I have the second question, but I'll wait until
Good morning, Dr. Gaur. Once again, good to hear you after a long time. In fact, meeting you in person. I am Narendra. I am part of D Square Technologies. We are the gold provider for DSpace and code contribute in the DSpace 7. So I have few questions, like three. When we are talking about the data interoperability, are we only focusing on the schema of interoperability, or we are dealing with the challenge of multilingualism, cross-lingualism, and thesauri as well in between? Because something I always found missing is lack of good knowledge graphs in this whole scheme of things. Information architecture is always missing in this whole scheme of thing. And why I'm able to figure it out, because we are solving this problem for one of the African nation. Another is the something he called out, the issue of quantifying measurements, analytics, I would say, how we are presenting that, or do we have any thoughts around it? And third is how we are planning to leverage the AI in this whole scheme of things, because what people are looking for, they don't look for content as per my understanding. People look for the context. They are, means, you know, it's less about getting a search result, is more about getting the context around the research topic, one way or other. Thank you.
I will begin with answering your last question first, AI. See, there are certain things which are not in our control. They knock your door, not to ask you to open, they just push it and come inside, because there is no option. It's a compulsion, and it has happened with mobile phones or all the new technologies, that we want it or we don't want it, it has become part of our life. And so is the AI. And particularly I am very happy and very optimistic about AI, use of AI in libraries, because definitely when we were using manual card catalog, we were having a lot of limitation of like searching by author or title only. But when the computerized catalog came, or web or packer, we have multiple access point. So that given us better uh, results and better options to serve our users, to reach out the contents. And now with keywording and this free text searching, it has enhanced the accessibility much more as expected in that time. Now AI is going to further enhance that, going to help us in enhancing our usability, our accessibility, and also I never believed technology can replace the human being. It is as a kind of tool to help us to serve in a better manner and to provide service more effectively and more accurately. And in that context, I'm very keen that definitely AI is going to play a very, very important role in coming, particularly in terms of digital contents and other things. Second, multilinguality and interoperability. See, country like India, which is now, we are a stage where we are exploring a new model, like mother education in mother tongue. This is the new model which has never been discussed. Even if you talk about official languages, we have 22 official languages. If you talk about total mother tongue, as per 2011, we have 1369 mother tongue in this country. So even if we start with 22, definitely it is a big challenge, like how to deal with this issue of multilinguality. And fortunately, we all 22 languages, we have OCR and contents are easily available. But when we talk about interpreting and multilinguality in context of digital repository, it depends upon the contents. Like take example, we have manuscripts. These manuscripts are in script like Brahmi, Pali, Prakriti, Tiglari, Modi. There are no OCR available. So you can't do anything. You can only think of enhancing some based on metadata and other option, because you don't have any much options for providing that kind of options in terms of multilinguality. And but if you talk about other Indian languages, there are a lot of possibility that you can. So it also depend upon the contents you target audience, like what they are looking for. And uh, I always believe that we should aim for the top, but try to achieve the minimum goals. And in this context, like all these models need to be designed according to the local environment, according to the needs, target audience, and also availability of the like give an example. I have seen automated book shelving system in foreign libraries, but I will never recommend that in my own country, because I know I can give a job to a manpower, because we are a people country of 140 crore. So, and in that less cost, I can do it manually. So I would prefer manually instead of doing it using technology for that. So it also depends upon like local situation, country to country. And what was your third question? Like quantifying and analytics. It's a very, very important in each aspect. Like it always help in like better planning, and also convincing certain funding agencies, and also but somewhere I think you are talking about data analytics in context of resources, or you're talking about in context of research, or
So I'm simply talking about creating an engaging experience in the repository by using the analytics, because ultimately it's being said that humans are curious creature. The time you start putting facts in them in form of a measurable parameters, you engage them more. Plus, you called out another problem of getting funding for these repositories. Mostly, what we have observed, and this is the problem we have solved for many libraries and institutions, is when they go for the funding, they are unable to convince their funders why you should fund this.
see
So
data analytics
that kind of things.
in case of subscribed resources and institutional repository both have different meanings. Reason: when you are subscribing something, you have option to withdraw the subscription. But when you are creating your own digital repository, you have already created. Now you have already invested in digitization, digital archiving. So data analytics can help in maintenance, further maintenance, but initial investment you have already done. So it will not help in funding in that way. Like it can help in getting funds for other repository or similar repository, but in that repository funding, those data analytics will not help. Data analytics and all kind of this will help in one good way to uh, plan a long-term preservation of those kind of resources. Like I have 200,000 manuscripts, and based on my data analytics, if I am able to come 100 manuscripts are most used or most valuable, I can think of a long-term digital preservation of those resources. So there are a number of other issues it can help, but data analytics in terms of institutional repository will be more for publicizing your work or getting certain kind of recognition of your work, and also for other. But for funding for the same thing, it will not work. But definitely for other repository, it may help in that context.
Thank you, sir. And I want to thank you on behalf of DSpace team also for calling this out, and for Krishi Ghosh as well that we are managing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Okay, we'll take this question first. Yeah, please identify yourself and your question. Thanks.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Rohit. So I just want to know about your opinion about one nation, one subscription. So it's like that a lot of pressure is coming up, like Plan S and US putting up the pressure, like everything is going to be open access. A lot of journals are going to be open access. But in India, we do not have any APC policy till now. And how it can be addressed, like you were discussing about a discount coupons when the negotiation on Infilib or something kind that be thing for one nation, one subscription. Thank you, sir.
See, I will begin with the statement that no country in the world has the one nation, one subscription model. It has never been done. No. Fully 100% one nation, one subscription, no model exists in the world. There are some revised or some smaller models like government control, like talk about the China, there is a consortia having like fully controlled or one nation, one consortia kind of thing. So it is a very ambitious target, but it also depends like what we are going to achieve out of that. It is a rationalization or it is a providing more access to the more people. I have not been part of this group, so I don't know what discussions are going on, but definitely it is not possible for us to provide all resources to everybody in the country. That kind of one nation, one subscription model can never be achieved. How big country or how resourceful a country will be. Definitely we have to have some criteria like how many resources and what target audience we want to provide. For certain resources, one nation, one subscription model may be implementable. But the kind of worldwide resources are being published, it is not something very easy to implement. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Geetika and I represent one of the publishers here in India. So my question was on your statement that somebody needs to pay for running an open access. So are there any models that have been explored, because in India we really struggle with not getting enough money from any agency or place to fund open access publishing. Thank you.
Have you tried to discuss with anybody or any model? Like problem is that we don't come out with some kind of proposal or initiatives. Like take example, I have a journal which is in art and culture.
Right.
Most of the people comes with a proposal of hosting on platform, charging hosting fees and other kind of model. Like what we need to have something to begin with. Like immediately, if you are a big publisher, and if you immediately try to recover the entire cost from a particular one institution or one journal, it will be too much. I think what is need that to identify the similar journal from 10, 25, 50 student, like institute in the same field, and let's create a kind of like what is the biomed central model or loss. We need to think of that kind of, which is I have not come across from any institution or any publisher to come out with that kind of model.
I mean, as a publisher that I'm representing, we publish about 75 open access journals from learned societies. So, what you're saying is these are all in the same subject area and they've all been brought together to divide the cost to a bare minimum. But nevertheless, even with that bare minimum cost, either the societies or the institutions are not ready to pay, or they don't want their authors to pay, and they neither want their readers to pay. So where is the solution?
Okay. Really, thank you for bringing up that discussion about somebody has to pay somewhere. Completely agree with it. And the question is how much? How much is the reasonable cost for sustainability of open access model? Okay. We have published work saying some of the APCs cost 12,000% above inflation rate. Is that reasonable as an APC cost? Okay. And some of the APCs paid by some of the nations are higher than the GDPs of LMICs. Okay. Some total of some of these are all published data out there. So I'm thankful to you. The question really is cost and price. The difference between cost and price. You can't price science. It's not up for sale, right? And democratization of knowledge is what we are driving at. So I'm not at all refuting the argument that there is a cost factor involved in the publishing cycle. Now the world's community, like a small sub-community we have convened here, really need to think what is that minimum basic sustenance that we have to build into the open science discussions. And I'm very, and people like me also are very willing to participate in that kind of discussion, but certainly not the APCs that are flouted as open access. Nowadays, I'm making a distinction between open access and open access. There is a distinction. There's one open access which is double dip, which we don't want to be part of anymore. And there's one open access which is called fully and truly open access, which is something I've been talking about of late. Fully FT open access, fully and truly open access does concede the fact that there is a factor of sustenance that we need to look at, but not pay for publishing. We do not want to pay for publishing. So that is the distinction I would like to make. Thank you very much.
So let's take it forward, because here we'll have more time to discuss these things, but let's take it forward. Devika is here, you are here, so let's meet sometime somewhere in a brainstorming session and discuss it more and find out what can be that minimum price.
I totally agree with what Devika just mentioned, and that's exactly my point. I want to make and try to make open access as open as it is possible, but we build in the costs that are there so that it will become sustainable as well. Thank you, Devika, for the comments. Thank you.
I have one question.
Sorry, yeah, if I could just interrupt. In interest of time, we'd like to take the last question or comment, and then we'd like to wrap up the session. And of course, thanks very much for the wonderful discussions, which we can continue during tea break. Okay, so thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your question.
Thank
or
you,
comment.
Dr. Ramesh Go, for the wonderful presentation. I am Anup Kumar Das from JNU, your own institution. So my is not related to open access and other things, but related to Ministry of Culture. So they are supporting the public libraries, and how public libraries can develop digital repositories for their own population. So what kind of support they can get either from the CSR or other kind of funding options. So I think they can explore CSR funding because research institutions, they are also getting CSR funding. So you can also implement CSR funding for the public libraries, and they can also create digital archives or digital repositories for their own population. So thank you.
Before answering this question, I just want to share with all of you a very good development. Just few days before, Government of India, Ministry of Culture has constituted a committee to develop the Model Public Library Act. So that, like, currently what is the situation? Even library sets are not being organized for the purpose of library development, because there are many states where library sets is there, but public libraries are not using that. So definitely in terms of public libraries, funding resources, apart from Rajaram Library Foundation, the Ministry of Culture, CSR or like any kind of funding from the public, even crowdfunding, there is no problem in getting it. Only thing, somebody has to take initiative for that. Nobody is like stopping you from taking that kind of funding. Unfortunately, most of these public libraries at various levels are not very properly functional. Like, see the difference. You go to Jhansi Public Library, which has been recently opened by Chief Minister there, and earlier the same library. It's a huge difference with small renovation and with good infrastructure. Now people are dying to come to that library. Students are complaining that we are not getting entry to the library because the seats are full. So somewhere I think funding is something like we always depend upon the government funding or the state government funding or department funding. We need to explore some options. Like, you know, when I was in GNU, I generated something about 4 crore rupees in a few years, and that was all under CSR. That is an example I can give you, that it's very, we provided laptop to all blind, visually impaired student, created a lot of resources with that kind of funding. So CSR is very much, like we have been creating a Atmanirbhar Bharat Center in IGNCA. It has been created in Red Fort. It's the entire money has come through CSR. There is an organization called National Culture Fund also. This is a part of Ministry of Culture. So any NGO, public library which is not part of government, they can directly submit a proposal to them. A National Archive of India also provide grant for digitization of rare books and other material. There are so many options, but many times we don't use those options. Only thing is that we have to come forward. So with this, I think I thanks you for giving me this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. If you could remain on the stage, we'd like to invite Kathleen to give you a token of appreciation. Kathleen, please. Okay, let us put our hands together to thank Dr. Ramesh for the wonderful keynote speech. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. We will be having tea break. Would the physical participants please go for tea break, and we would like to be back here by 11:45. For the online participants, we will re-adjourn at 11:50. But for the physical participants, please be back by 11:45. We will be doing a group photo in the auditorium during lunch break. Okay, so thank you very much. Please enjoy your tea break. Okay, good morning or good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming back to the auditorium at UNESCO office here. And hello back to the people online on YouTube. Thanks very much for staying there with us. Next on the program is a panel discussion. We would like to invite the speakers to do the short presentations before we have the panel discussion. So the title of the panel is Disseminating Local Knowledge. Okay, I will be moderating the session, and there are 4 presenters, and they are also panelists for this panel. We are starting off with Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director, Delnet, Developing Library Network. We are also having Dr. Shiva Shukla, Deputy Librarian from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. I'm trying my best to pronounce, so pardon me for that. Third in line, we have Dr. Brushali, librarian from AISSMS COE. She's also a DOAJ ambassador in India. And last but not least, we have Miss Irina Kuchma from EIFL. She's an open access program manager. She's joining us online. All right, so without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Kaul up to the stage here to do her presentation. Dr. Sangeeta, please put your hands together to welcome her. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, a very pleasant morning. Still 10 minutes to go for noon, yes. So a pleasant morning, wonderful morning. Dr. Kathleen Scherer, Dr. Vishali Dadwate, all my very esteemed colleagues here. Indeed, a pleasure and honor to be here today with each one of you and to participate in the deliberations. As the title of this presentation, I hope I have got a 15 minutes, 1-5, yes. As the title of the presentation goes, adopting open mantra in libraries for harnessing knowledge through the power of library networking. As the title indicates, we have had a wonderful discussions this early morning, in the inaugural session. We have been speaking about the access, open access. Herein comes the major question. We are talking about access to the content, but someone has to have a responsibility for bringing that content. Accessibility is one part of a story. And access to what? You need to have an access to content. And when we think about the content, are we just simply the consumer of content, or are we also the ones who are contributing towards, producing that content, collating that content, creating that content? So we have to be, this is a meet of our librarians, library and information science professionals, anyone and everyone who believes in promoting knowledge, everyone who believes in sharing knowledge, and also at the same time contributing, by making that knowledge accessible to everyone. So it's the entire picture, if we want to draw the entire picture of an openness, an open society, I think, holistically we have to think about many more other things which we are not paying much attention to. And one of the most important, because we keep ourselves more restricted, we keep confined, ourselves to only the accessibility. But we have to think about who owes the responsibility for creating that content. And we know that it's the content that we are talking about here is an open content. And we have to be together in this journey of creating that content and then making that content accessible to the users. So here and today, we are going to tell you a little bit about our own experience of being. I belong to Delnet, a single largest library network in entire South Asia, connecting more than 8,500 libraries. This is my 30th year with the organization. Has seen that, typically has seen this transformation which has happened in the library landscape. And for us, definitely, content remains as a very major, big focused area. Accessibility, affordability definitely has to go hand in hand. So it's very, very important for us when we think about not only in the developing nations, for that matter across the globe. So once we think about accessibility, do think about the inclusiveness. I think there's a greater need also to pay attention. We are talking about, the digital content, talking about accessibility. How many of us really think about, is it an inclusive services that we are doing? Is it being applicable to all strata of the society, for all people? That's very, very important. So we need to do more in introspection and retrospection when we think about being a part of this wonderful, open society and open cultures. So I would just like to start off. We are being well aware about this very famous quote. We are drowning in information, but starve for knowledge. It's a very wonderful title. I don't know how many of us have ever, glanced through this particular title, Mega Trends, the 10 New Directions Transforming Our Lives, published way back in 1982. Do have a look at this book. And because this would really, this gives us a kind of what was being envisaged and how we are moving, how far have we traveled. And this famous quote from John Nesbitt, we are drowning in information but starve for knowledge. We as the information workers, we as the knowledge workers, we have to really keep ourselves more focused on how we can turn this information into knowledge. What are the works that we are doing? Technology is definitely being there on your side. Tools are being there. How far are we able to make that the gap, to get bridged up, that we have a great responsibility to do that. I believe it's taking a little longer. Open mantra in libraries. Libraries have never been an alien to this concept of an open mantra. Embracing the open mantra remains as one of a very integral part of it. And the libraries have always been the places, we know that ourselves, that they have been the most inspiring. We belong to the organizations which believes in openness, having everyone to come along with us and make an best use of our resources and services, and we have this culture of openness. So the open mantra that we are talking about, it is something very much closer to what we have been doing for ages altogether in our libraries. And the libraries remains as the hub of equitable access to information by all. These things we have to always keep it in mind very, very strongly, that an equitable access, everyone has got an equal right to access information. It's like a fundamental right to have an access to information, and we cannot deprive someone of information. We are handling information, we are the providers of information, we are the gatherers of information. So we have to really also ensure, besides the accessibility and affordability, the equitability also has to be there. Everyone is equal in our eyes, and when we are developing anything, we are making any kind of attempts even, for developing any portals or anything, content that we are collating, we have to keep it in mind always that it is meant for an equitable access. The mission of knowledge for all remained as a driving force for libraries and LIS professionals. So it is we have to be the strong believers in that yes, we need to have this, our mission and vision should always be focused on knowledge for all. Everyone has to be a part of it, and there can never be any barriers of any kind, whether we talk about the language. We are, the world is a world of, multicultural societies. We are multilingual societies. No one else better than India knows about it, when we think about the multicultural and multilingual, issues that we have, and then how through the technology you have to do what you need to do in the libraries. We need to really work hard on this. Now here it comes. How many of you here are from the field of library and information science? Can you just let me, I just want to see how many of us. How many of you from the publishing industry? How many of you from the publishers? I believe, yeah, we had our colleagues who were there from the open access, who are, yes, we could see that. We fairly have 3 and 4. So thank you very much for this. So the emerging role of the libraries for unlocking the roles of the professionals and libraries also at large for unlocking information. And this reminds us of David Lenker's very famous statement, which he said, the mission of libraries is to facilitate knowledge creation in their communities. We have to remain as a facilitators for knowledge creation. It's not the access only. Access will come when you have, what are you going to provide an access to? You have to provide access to the content. If you don't have a content, what are you going to then provide an access to? You have nothing else to do. You may have, the best, the state-of-the-art technologies and everything and infrastructures, but if the content is not there, you are nowhere. You cannot participate, in fact, so this is like a qualifier. So the qualifier is you have to qualify by being a content creator. I think this is one of the message we as a library professionals have to strongly believe in. Publishers are already doing it. You are bringing that content. You are taking it up directly from those who are producing that content. But we as a library and information science professionals, we should always keep ourselves. We need to develop that aptitude, in fact, in our own selves to work on the content creation. Or to that matter, I may say, what is a creation? The local content. It may be the intellectual content, available. I'm going to just show you quickly that how we, being from a network, are doing that work, in Telnet. And also we need to ensure that we are able to collate that, what is being. It's like assimilating, the information which is being lying scattered. We have been seeing it, how many knowledge repositories are being there, so many OERs are being there. How many of us? We used to do it in early 1990s, in early 2000, making those subject gateways, just simply having those hyperlink things. But somehow I believe we are getting lost, in this entire deluge of information. We feel that the users, they know what they are searching. They know that where they have to go. But somehow we are also, not keeping ourselves focused enough. So there's a greater responsibility that we bring that content, and we should keep ourselves focused on that knowledge creation. We are into the societies, we are into the, you have indigenous knowledge which is being there, you have oral traditions, which are being there. If you're not able to tap them, they will get lost forever. It's not that you have got a rare book in your hand. It's not like that you have got an archive in your hand. It's an oral tradition. If you're not able to tap, it will go forever. No one can look into, and it's like losing forever. So as being said that without libraries, we have no past and no future. If we are not able to really, act now, now is the time for us to do it, now or never. So we have to be very much highly sensitive on this. And the roles are not only to tap the explicit knowledge, but also the tacit and indigenous knowledge for future generations. This tacit knowledge is very much important enough. It's very crucial thing that we have to keep ourselves, focused. It's not just simply what is being published, what is being, being available as an explicit knowledge. We have to really keep ourselves also focused. So we should have a very, kind of an, we should always look out for what is the kind of a knowledge that I can gather from the company. Sure. The need for transform, I'll just quickly move on from here because I would just like to show you, we have done, I believe it's either the battery is running low. I'm just skipping on this. And would just like to show you some of the works that are being. One of the things I will just quickly would like to mention that when we talk about, one of the most important thing that we should always think about when we are talking about open access, we are talking about open content creation, the open, I believe, yeah, you changed the battery. It is very important for us to think about the open standards. Why? What we are talking about now is this interoperability. it is very much important that we have to, also adopt the open standards. If we are able to adopt, there has to be the standards, everyone has to use the same standards, then you can think about collaborations to happen. Then only one system to other system can talk and speak to each other, and then they can collaborate. So it's the professionals are wanting to do, the nations are wanting to do, but it's the systems who have to interact with each other. And we can do that only if we are adhering to the open standard. So it's very important. We should lay focus also more on the open standards, to have an adoption of the open standards whenever you are doing whatever the digital content that you are creating for an open access. Ensure, it's a qualifier again, are you using an open standard for it? It should not be you have a proprietary things that you are, and then later on it becomes a problem when we think about sharing that content. So it's very, very important that we should keep ourselves, issues and challenges, I'm just skipping. We have lot many issues and challenges. We need to keep ourselves focused, but I would just like to say the global best practices. I think COAR must take some initiative in highlighting the COAR best practices, the global best practices happening, on this, and it may highlight, how it will be really a good contribution if the global community comes together, and you can, I'm just, about to. The role played by Delnet, this is a message from our Honorable PM, quite recently being given, and this is something to do not only for Delnet, but it says that yes, indeed, the Delnet has been doing laudable work in expanding the network of libraries and sharing knowledge. Such efforts have strengthened the collective resolve to build an inclusive knowledge society and meet the growing demands on our information landscape. And that's what really is the need of the hour. I'm not mentioning, I would just like to, because of paucity of time, I would just like to show you quickly that how we are bringing this content, multilingual content coming in from all the institutions, more than 40 million records, from 8,500 institutions are contributing to it in any of the languages it can be. So you can see in Hindi, you can see in this is in Kannada. Then you can see it in Hindi again and English, you can place. I would just like to highlight, because the work that we have recently done, one is a knowledge gainer portal, and this is again more than 1.7 million full text ebooks, e-journals and e-articles which are being there. One can access these resources. You can see here, you can download, the entire books. Vision portal is a portal again. Herein the faculty members are recording their video lectures. So it's their knowledge which is getting tapped, and we have more than 30,000 video lectures which are being there. We have, I must appreciate Dr. Vishali Dadwate's library, in fact, we're just being showing, and libraries are contributing. Their video lectures, of their faculty members are getting recorded, and even not only in English, but also in many of the other languages. And you can see the various subjects, and then institutions are making a use. I'm quickly moving on. I know that so is here, and we have to, I would just like to tell you only the two slides. This is one of the portal that we are working on. In another 3 months' time, this portal will be made live. And this is a GRIP portal, Global Research and Innovation Portal, bringing in the research not only from India, but from across the globe, and which will strongly build up the connections and collaborations, among not only the institutions, but also among the researchers and scholars. Someone wants to know that in nanofibers, who else is working across the globe, they will be able to see it. It's a very state-of-the-art portal. We have been working on it for last 2 years, and finally, in another 3 months' time, we are launching the very first, version of it for our institutions, and this will really inspire everyone, to participate. And the acronym goes as GRIP. This is the one I was wanting to. This is just 2 slides here. Knowledge repository, and this has just been done 2 months ago. Once I got an invite from Dr. Kathleen and Dr. Vishali that there is going to be, and I've been knowing about it last year. It got postponed. This work that we have done it in last 2 months, it's fully being operational now, and we really want to know. This entire thing has been now developed, and we have taken up 5 COAR members whose data is being harvested here. It's a knowledge repository. You can see over here, I'll just show it to you. You can see select the format, all the categories, in which, and they are being harvested from the open repositories of the COAR members. Out of 150 COAR members, we have picked up 5. It's a sample data. You can see only 5,000 records, but within no time, we can do it, out of all. So it's like, because not all open repositories are there, but again, it's not OAI PMH compliant. You can't really harvest, so you need to look into those aspects. But let me just quickly show you. You can see here, these are the 5 institutions whose data has been harvested. So right from Cornell to Harvard to Nanyang, NTU, Singapore, and then we have University of California, University of New South Wales. One can make a search by anything and the data will come in. This is just to quickly show it to you. And then it says connect to the object online. And this is very typically which is being used also in the open repositories. You can see the bibliographical, you can click on, you can go to the respective, and then you have a full text coming in. So we have developed this entire, and I must thank, because of COAR, because we thought about that, let's make our attempt to do it, and this is fully now functional, and we can within no time, advanced search option is also being there. And this entire data is coming from the open repositories. From the open knowledge repositories, this entire data is there. You can see it. And this is only the roadmap for G20. I have been knowing about it, that we have the representation by the most esteemed colleagues from the G20 group. So there is a greater need for having a G20 library grid has to be there in place. Because we could see that, and this engagement groups, we have number of engagement groups. We have, Ms. Ramya is here, so would like to make a request. There's a greater need that we should have an engagement group on libraries. It's not being there. We do have, if you see, we do have on civil societies, on think tanks, parliamentarians, women, youth, labor, business, researchers. Researchers is there, but who is going to really help out the researchers? It's the libraries. So libraries is a greater need that we should have this engagement group. There are engagement groups in G20, and we would like to request, the good officers, to really look into, and they're in the very active role in collaborations and connections would establish then. There is also a need to create a major portal for best practices among the libraries of G20 for promoting knowledge sharing. So there has to be, these all best practices has to be together, come together, and let anyone and everyone gets inspired, and whatever way from global to local and local to global, let them do that. Also, for preparing the future ready workforce, there should be a collaborative competency development exchange programs that should be there. And I would just like to end off with this 4S implementation, a shared vision. Yes, the vision which is there has to be a shared vision. Set priorities, standardize best practices, and sustain the future by meeting the needs of the present. It's very, very important, that, and let's each one of us be the co-creators of the future, that we wish to really see. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm extremely sorry for overstepping on my allotted time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta, for the mind-blowing initiatives that she has presented. Yeah. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Shiva Shukla, Deputy Librarian from Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi. Dr. Shiva, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very beautifully she skipped Kanojia. It was quite a long name, so no, to save the time, we understand all these things. So very good afternoon, and I'm really very glad to be here, and thanks to Kathleen and Roshali, my friend here, and definitely many seniors are here, and few friends are also visible in the audience. So since the morning we are listening, we are gathering the learning about local knowledge, as Kathleen said. Then we heard Dr. COAR as well, that how India is going into usage of different languages, and how course content should be developed in those local languages, and how this local knowledge can be gathered and disseminated in different ways. And we all can see from different slides. Even Sangeeta mentioned about that trademarked, that name, that phrase, grip. Okay, So that kind of grip, that kind of initiatives which are being taken by Government of India as well. So we all are visualizing all those things which we are talking about, sustainable future, sustainable practices in the present, so that we can move to the future. So I'll be talking a little bit about local knowledge, how we are really understanding the concept of dissemination or access of information. When we are talking about open science, so first we have to think about what is really open. Open society, open this, open culture, open that. Everything is, we are trying to put that quotation mark about the open. So dissemination of knowledge is very much important, because without understanding the concept of dissemination, we cannot really relate to access to information, which is a major thing nowadays. So, and why this access to information? When we are saying that we have to preserve this knowledge, we have to preserve this culture for future generations. So local knowledge, where we are finding so much through oral traditions. So we have to preserve that. We have to face all those challenges, that how we really can save that information. So this local knowledge, definitely we can relate to people who form the societies, people who form the very much culture of any state, any society, any nation, any regional places. So what they do in their routine life, in their routine activities, how they are gathering knowledge, how they are passing that knowledge to different other generations or people from the past to contemporary times, all this is significant to be understood. So why this is significant? Because we have to understand why this kind of knowledge dissemination is important. I have begun with the idea of knowledge dissemination, because once we understand, definitely as library professional, we read a lot about information access and dissemination, but how much we practice about it, how much we really do, as Sangeeta said, that we have to face those challenges. Even when we are trying to bring that open access into our routine practices. I can recall one incident in the morning time. There was discussion, even Shantanu was saying that there should be a proper debate, there should be greater platforms where this open access initiatives can be discussed among the publishers as well as the library professionals, where they can really can reach to some common point, where, as Devika ma'am said, that how much should be the reasonable price and cost. Science is priceless, but the cost in bringing those kind of publication to the common people, how it is possible. So all these things are important. So when local knowledge, again, because it is very much important, we can find out refined information, refined data through internet, but preservation of local knowledge, where traditions, where that kind of knowledge is to be really taken into account. How it is possible? We have to observe all those things, how people are really passing that information, what kind of methods they are using for gathering and passing that information, that knowledge to other people. It is important. So in their own community, in their own ways, how they are doing things is framing the local knowledge. So there may be different names for local knowledges, and also there are three different characteristics like information beliefs, traditions, practices, institutions, and definitely how they are developed. Then their sustenance, also the representation of some adaptive strategy for these kind of things. So as Sangeeta also discussed about types of knowledges, how it is important to gather, to tap that tacit knowledge. We all know if something is published, it is quite possible to store that, to pass that information to someone. But how this implicit knowledge and tacit knowledge is important, so that is also to be understood by different professionals. So what can be different methods for dissemination of knowledge? Definitely, traditionally what we do, we talk, we discuss, we pass on that kind of information. But in typical academic or research scenario, or we are having different workshops or seminars or programs, meetings like this, so posters, presentations, or different papers can be useful, but social media and different other tools are also useful. We can see in sometimes in very casual way we call this term WhatsApp University, but sometimes through WhatsApp or some other platforms we really pass on useful information as well. So what kind of changes are there? Now let's come and relate to the academic libraries to this kind of knowledge. When we talk about there is digital divide in our country, at one hand we are talking about Indian virtual libraries like that, national virtual library like that, and at another hand we are facing different challenges in academic libraries. So academic libraries are facing two kinds of dilemma. First, they have to really gather that kind of infrastructure, those kind of human resources who can really deal with these kind of things, and at another hand they have really looking forward to the future where all the ideas which my seniors have discussed in this since the morning, so those all things can be implemented. Like I recall one remark by Mr. Narendra that who was talking about that analytics and AI inclusion also. So how this is possible unless we have all those kind of infrastructures, facilities in our academic library, without that it is impossible. So when academic libraries really look into that open science movement, so what are different components which are related here? We can look upon research data management, then providing data management assistance, expanding the qualifications of library personnel. Definitely human resource is very much important. There comes the data science literacy and other different components. So this is one, I have quoted here one French physiologist, Claude Bernard, who said once, art is I and science is we. So we can see where the collaboration comes. Art may be very individualistic in nature, but science without collaboration, without different inclusions of aspects or different other activities, it cannot be done. So the understanding how we relate to open science, that it is reproducible, it is very transparent in nature. We can think about different pillars and different components of open science where we talk about transparency, then open peer review, open access, open source, different other components. So all these things are interrelated. So open science as a cultural or social phenomenon. What we are person, and the society is made up of people. So everything is people centric. Society, people, everything is here. So we have to be thinking in that way. So how it is going to change with those principles of transparency, with those inclusivity, or some kind of, I should say, when there is transparency in mechanisms, in sharing that data, reproducible data, all these things make it a cultural and social phenomena. Why it is important? Because science is for people. Whatever researches are being done, if data is unshareable, there is opaqueness in that data sharing thing, then how science can be pervasive? So once we are talking about that, we have to stop vanishing the local languages or traditions or that kind of knowledge. And at the other hand, we are talking about that open science should be there. Open science means those kind of practices which are making everything in transparent way, mechanisms, share data, everything. So this is the science democratization. That is how we are moving forward. So how different manifestations and driving forces are there, we can see here properly that driving force behind open science are not for profit organizations. So they are working for the benefits of people, for the benefit of science research, not only science research, in case of total research. Then there are different descriptions about open science, like open collaboration, open source software, open peer review, open notebooks, different components are there. Also these different research methods or data-driven projects, research data management, so all these components should be taken into planning while somebody is considering that they are being part of open science movement. So there are few components like high volume, high velocity, or high variety. So all these kind of 3 V's, they are related with open science and data as well. So these should be taken into consideration. What are different components from organizations who are really trying to contribute? Like educator, somebody can be enabler, some groups or organizations can be enabler, then somebody can be promoter of research diversity, also research assessments, and definitely playing the roles of mediator and advisors. There are certain creative methods for research, like performative arts or participatory filmmaking or showcasing. Then these are different activities which can be used for different situations. Also, then there should be dialogue and dissemination for open science movements. Then institutionalizing open science, like different policies are required. When we talk about different universities, how they are really inputting open access into their environment, in academic environment, we don't find any transparency even for open access at different academic institutions, because there are no clear-cut policies how people are going to publish, how they are going to really have some dialogue with those things. Also, open science provides a virtual collaboration settings, which is really useful for quick sharing of knowledge. Then there is open innovation, how it is possible, because they can come together once they are aware of which kind of data is available, what kind of researches are being conducted. Once again, I'll mention for that group, which Sangeeta shared that slide with us, that really will be useful worldwide, that people can come to know what are the developments and how the research direction should be there. So transparency is important. Then science society relationship, also citizen science initiatives, there are these kind of aspects. Then we can think about opportunities and what may be the future considerations, like striding towards open science and framing different open science policies. Definitely there are different initiatives by Government of India at different levels. We are seeing from at least last 10 years, there is one example, that open government data, but many other initiatives are required for those kind of things. Then funding for open science, because who's going to bear the cost? It is a big question still. Then having the advocacy and incentives. Organizations may come forward, universities may think about, if somebody is publishing in a good open access journal, how the authors, their researchers should be rewarded. Otherwise there is a negative mindset. Okay, if it is open access, maybe it is not properly reviewed, some other negative emotions are attached therewith. So those kind of dilemma should be removed. Then definitely roles for collaboration and networking, and finally coming to capacity building as well. These are few examples from the Asia that UNESCO has really played a good role. I have mentioned few countries here, like Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Pakistan, Samoa, Uzbekistan, and there have been many initiatives there. In the morning, Mr. Tim, I think he was talking about UNESCO initiatives for those. So relation with the SDGs, SDG 4 and 9, they are quite related. So this is how we can think about it. Should be democratic in nature, inclusive, definitely posing for transparency, and it should be having potential for the scientific processes. This is one definition taken for how UNESCO is really working for it. As it really works with the members, and during 2021 November program, they have come up with different drafts, and these are key aspects of the open science, that there should be framing of policies and strategies, different open science infrastructures. Then yes. Also open dialogue with other knowledge systems, engagements, and these are core values that one should be focusing upon. Quality, integrity, and collective benefits should be thought about. Equity and fairness, definitely research says about it, and diversity and inclusiveness should be taken into account. So how citizen science or research libraries and all other components are really coming into this citizen science and this open science? They really are quite popular for European research libraries. So we can look forward for more open dissemination. As time is less, so I'm trying to skip all these slides. So there are different challenges we can think about, the funding, infrastructure, and all the mindset as well. Without those clear-cut policies, we cannot think about those. There are certain misconceptions about open access resources and publishing. They should be removed. And what are different economic challenges which are related with open access, like APC and funding, who will be favoring those things. So all this should be also clear. So why it is all required? Because once we are understanding the motive, the objective of open science adoption, only then we can really relate, and we can remove the lack of different facilities or infrastructure to the researchers. Then there are different challenges which are related with data and intellectual properties. So there comes the need for supporting and regulatory policies. Definitely governments at different states, different nations, they should come forward and really come for the uniformity, as there is requirement of interoperability in digital libraries. In same way, different kind of standards, as you mentioned. And if there are those kind of standards people are following, governments are framing policies for those things, it will be nice for all of us, because then we can think about for open science as library professionals. So while concluding, I'm saying that there should be focus on operational levels. We think about technology, we think about those mindsets which really relate to transparency. Then we can be thinking about that. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shiva, for taking us through the UNESCO Open Science recommendations and how libraries can play a role in that. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vaishali, librarian from AISSMS COE. She's also the DOAJ Ambassador India. Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Vaishali.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. So today I will talk that as Suni said, I also work with Director of Open Access Journal from year 2016. So I will tell how DOAJ work and how we can help the publishers, because I saw some publishers are here, even some researchers, librarians are there. So how we can help to increase the visibility of local journals at international platform. So overview that introduction of DOAJ and why you have to index your journal in DOAJ. Basic criteria of inclusion and application review process and benefits to the researchers. So it's founded in 2003 at Sweden, Lund University, and it's non-profit organization supported by donation. That is specifically aim of DOJ to visibility and impact of open access journals, and it's defined the standards of open access journal and index scholarly journals, any subject, any language, so there is no problem, and this service is totally free of charge. So as I said, it started nearly 20 years ago, and now it's a global team with 20 staff all around the world, and we are the ambassador. We have elected in different countries. We support to promote open access and best practices in our region, and we have some volunteers team also. If anybody want to join as a volunteer to DOJ to view the journals and index the journals, that is welcome. And we handle around 10,000 applications per year. Like morning COAR sir was saying that pre-ready publications are there. Suppose DOAG, they are giving 10 journals to me to evaluate. Hardly one journal is getting accepted. 9 journals are getting rejected. So rejection rate is very high. So 80 languages are there. Right now 20,000 journals are there, and 20,439. Sorry, this figure came double, maybe some problem. But around 15,000 journals are without APC charges from 133 countries, and 10 million plus articles records are there. And this is a geographic spreads of journals in DOAJ. So we are at various places, south, north, and everywhere we are reaching. So why you have to index your journal in DOAJ? Because it's recognized in indexing service, open access journal, and it's like global open access publishing standards they support. And you can also compliance with the funders, because lot of time that you are getting grants to publish your papers, and they are asking that your paper should be in open access journal, and such as Plan S, and it's increased visibility. You can attract more readers around the world and enhance your reputation. So basic criteria that all journals should be in open access, that is a basic criteria. Immediate access should be there, no delay in embargo period, no registration is required, and we encourage local journals to apply, and it's like all open access standard statements should be included on the website. Then coverage and currency, that is at least 5 papers should be there, any scholarly research area, any language, no English is needed. Then publishing history should be there, that should be interpreted. And new flip journals need to publish at least 10 OA article before the applying. So we have open access definition, I'm just skipping this. So as I said, DOAJ accept journal from subscription or hybrid model to open access. Suppose any journal is available in hybrid model and they are coming in open access model, because we also have lots of elsewhere journal which was earlier not in open access but now they are indexed. So that are welcome, and as I said, at least 10 articles and archive content should be free. So journal website, they have to be dedicated homepage and full text article. Then ISSN should be mandatory, no misleading matrix to be there, because you know lot of fake journals are putting that this is our impact factor to attract the researchers. So that we are calculating what people are doing. Some advertising they are doing, that we are not allowed. Then aim and scopes to be defined properly, open access policy, author charges, even if zero, that should be indicated, instruction to the author. So all this criteria we are evaluating, and then peer review process should be there, plagiarism checking is promoted. So then review process to be described on journal website. So these are the 7 common types of peer review journal can follow to give the articles. Then licensing policy, proper licensing to be displayed on the journal website, that which type of policy they are following, and that we are looking that CC by essays, whatever policy they are following. So copyright policy should be clear. So we recommend to provide author agreement on the website. So application and review process, that DOAJ application form is available on the website. So editors can apply, and using the application form, so all information to be given, and whatever best practice they should be follow. So the cycle is like this, that editors are applying to DOAJ, then they are assigning application to the ambassadors or editors, then we evaluate the application and we recommended for rejection or acceptance, or some more comments we are contacting to the publishers that okay, this need to be updated, and then journal get indexed in DOAJ. So as I said, acceptance rate is very low, 35%, and lot of volunteers and editor staffs are working. So why the benefits? So now this is for the publisher, but what as a researchers or librarians, why we need? Because we can get that publishing with open access journal, we will get more exposure, more citations, and more review. Like this is the example that one student published the journal in open access and one in closed open access. You can see the number of citations are increasing on open access. So there are some common misunderstanding about open access. People are thinking that open access means free and free means not good. So that's why they don't follow. Then they think that open access means it's poor quality. They think that open access, like impact factor to measure the quality, open access is too expensive, like this type of they are thinking. So what if, because they are going for the ranking. So what is the ranking? Open access journals in DOJ we don't rank. Scopus journals they are giving ranking. Open access journals that a lot of these services they are giving ranking process. But you can see that DOJ there are some articles published that ranking between the Scopus journals and DOJ journals, and it's almost same. And this is like Web of Science journals, these are some articles. So Web of Science, Emerging Science Citation Index and the DOJ Index. So COAR collection, what they are doing. So you can see lot of journals are also in similar in DOJ and Web of Science. So accessing the quality journals, that it's same, means Web of Science also do the quality evaluation, we also do the quality evaluation, but only DOAG is not giving the ranking to the journals. That is the thing. And now we are in process of making DOAG journals included in UGC CARE. So that's why DOJ journals are not ranking, because open access is about sharing and collaboration, and we think that ranking promotes that unhealthy competition. So that's why they don't rank. And ranking is more marketing tool to attract to the users. So that's why scientific metrics are shaky. So that's why we don't rank. But you can see that number of journals and those who are not in DOAJ and those who are in DOAJ. So you can overview, and it's almost index almost all the open access journal. So this is the some graph that lot of journals are in Scopus, Web of Science and DOAJ. So lot of journals are in both database. Only those hybrid journals in like Scopus and Web of Science, they are not in DOAJ. Means because DOAJ index only open access journal. So that's why DOAJ it's like 8,000 not Scopus or Web of Science, and like 8,000 in Scopus, Web of Science, and 2,000 not in DOAJ. So it's like that. So DOAJ is the most inclusive database of quality open access journal. So where to publish as a researcher? So these are two platforms, that is the DOAJ listed journal, and this is one platform that Think, Check and Submit. So you just visit the website, they have the details, you can give the, you can fill up the form, and then you will get the idea which journal to be get indexed. So more information about DOAJ you can find on DOAJ data sites, and for publisher I'm here if you want to have a talk about, if you want to index your journal, or researchers or the librarians if you want to know how you can put the DOAJ search box on your website. So I'm happy to help. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roshali. Next, we'd like to invite Ms. Irina Kuchma from EIFL. She's an open access program manager with EIFL. So we'd like to invite her to join us virtually.
Thank you so much, Suni. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me well, and apologies for not
Yes, we can hear you.
joining you in person. I would like to share some tips from the report that COAR task force on supporting multilingualism and non-English content in repositories produced in October last year. And as distinguished speakers mentioned today already, scholarly communication happens in all languages, and repositories should be able to capture information in all languages, share it, make it openly available, and also allow aggregators like Dr. Sangeeta presented this morning to pick up this content and make it available for discovery purposes. So it's really important to have as many languages as possible in your repositories. Our good practice advice is based on a report, which is a document with a lot of examples and also summary recommendations. And I will highlight some of the summary recommendations. I'll start with recommendations for those who are creating content in repositories or curating content in repositories. And the first, and I think easy to achieve recommendation is to make sure that content that you upload in your repositories is tagged with a language, so that aggregators and also people reading this content could really clearly see in which language this content is. So make sure that you mention the language of your full text. And also ideally, make sure that you mention the language of your metadata records. We saw this morning some metadata records in Hindi, and as a human, I understand that it's Hindi because I know how Hindi looks like. But if I were a machine, I wouldn't know, because I need to be told that it's Hindi, and that's why it's important to also add a language to each metadata item in the repository, and repository software allows that. When language is added in the repository, it's important to do it in a standardized way. And again, Dr. Sangeeta talked about the importance of standards, and ISER 639 is a good standard to follow. And if there is a 2-letter code for your language, please use that. If it's a 3-letter code for your language, then please use your 3-letter code, as long as it's really part of this ISO standard. It's also important to make sure that UTF-8 support is enabled in your repository, and if possible, try to use the original alphabet, original scripts when you're uploading records in your repository. And if it's necessary to transliterate data, Romanize it, then please use recognized standards. And if your repository has content in more than one language, if it's possible, please also enable user interface in the languages that your repository has content in. Similarly, for personal names, which I included in the repository, it's better to use them in the writing system as a deposited document. For example, if it's in Hindi, then a name is in Hindi, but there is a persistent identifier, such as Open Research and Contributor ID, ORCID, to enable identification of that author. And keywords in different languages are also important. So again, if possible, try to include keywords in the language of your deposited document, and also English and other relevant languages. And our report includes some examples how Wikidata could be used as a tool to enable multilingual keywords in repositories. And then for librarians in the room, it's also important to use multilingual vocabularies and thesaurus if possible. I picked up translated content as one example, where we also provided some specific recommendations. And we believe that if a translated content uploaded in the repository, then it would be good to include a field for the role of translator, and translator's name and also ORCID ID could be added. It's also important, if possible, to ensure that translated content is linked to the original content in the repository. And we also believe that if an original document and translation are available in the same repository, it's better to have them as separate records. linked to each other by a relation field, but really separate brackets. And as Roshali mentioned, open licenses are important. So we recommend to use the most open Creative Commons license, CC BY, to encourage more translations. And of course, when we were writing these recommendations, there were lots of discussions about machine translation, so we couldn't omit this topic, and we wrote a blog post on COAR website whether repositories should accept machine translated content. And as of now, maybe there will be new developments and we'll revise our recommendations, but for now we believe that repositories shouldn't accept exclusively machine translated content, because we believe that machine translation is more like an assistive technology, and quality really changes over time. So we don't think it's that robust yet to include purely machine translated content in repositories as a primary resource. But nevertheless, many researchers do that already, and many translate using machine translation the content published in other languages into English. So there is already that practice going on. And to assist readers who are reading this kind of machine translated content, we suggested this template that the repository could add in case machine translated content is added to the repository, like a disclaimer saying that it's a machine translation, unrevised, and readers should treat it with cautious. And our report also includes some recommendations to those who are developing software for repositories and also repository platforms, because it's really important to ensure language codes consistency across different repository collections. It's important to be able to expose language metadata via metadata exchange protocols. Support for language codes should be enabled in all repository platforms. Unfortunately, this three-letter code is not supported yet by all platforms. It is supported by many, but not all repository platforms. And then we believe that support for multilingual keywords should be really better in repository platforms. And maybe ideally should be possible to enable automatic assignment of keywords control terms based on existing metadata. So if you are interested in this topic, please read our report. It includes a lot of specific instructions how all that could be enabled. And we are also publishing an article providing some more arguments why decision makers should care about multilingual content in repositories, because it's really a way to promote epistemic plurality. It's really a way to move away from Anglocentric research ecosystem. And a lot of efforts already happening in this area, but there are still many limitations in discovery platforms. And we believe that together we should challenge that status quo and really advocate for politics of recovery, promoting linguistic diversity. And for us, it's also a part of the colonial process and collaboration between different stakeholders is really important in this process. These are my colleagues who contributed to the report from all over the world, And thank you so much, and we'll be happy to answer any questions or hear your thoughts about that.
Thank you very much, Irina. Please stay online with us. We have time for maybe just 1 or 2 questions. Yes, we have a hand up there. Let's have Vinod to come up to the stage to give the question, because the microphone here works better for the people online. Huh? So at least she can hear you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. And I'm actually wanted to also make a comment that the first panel is all women powered, which is wonderful. My question is on the ranking of the journals with DOAJ. The DOAJ doesn't rank journals, but why would something is considered predatory when it is accessible? Because the predatory practices is supposed to be the one that is locked in and not which is openly available. And when content is openly available, science is self-correcting and the quality speaks for itself, and then it would recorrect. So maybe that is something that one can consider within the OAJ journals.
No, because I will answer your question, but right now I thought we'll take question. Any question for Irina? Yeah. Okay. So as you know that DOAJ, because predatory journals are there, and as I show you that the various journals are not getting indexed, and earlier there was a bell list, now that list is not there. So we decide the quality of the journal on our criteria. So there are 54 criteria. So we see the quality of journals, and then we don't call them as a predatory journals, questionable journals. But journals are coming up with for the sake of rankings and for the sake of promotions, and that's why. And we need to stop that. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, actually, I thought his question for Irina. Irina is online, and if anybody is having question for Irina, just go on stage and you can ask your question. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much, Roshali, for taking the question. We might still have time. Yes. Is it for Irina? Or? Okay, yes. Please come to the stage to use the podium mics. Thanks.
Hey, hi Irina. Morning. Narendra here from D-Square. Good to see you. Irina, you recommended...
Good to see you too, Narendra.
Doing good. Okay, so Irina, you recommended linking Wikidata with the lookup fields. But the question remains, what about the accuracy and sanctity of the data? Because Wikidata is an open platform.
You know, it's really hard for me to comment on all the languages, but in those languages that I know, Wikidata accuracy is really, really high, and the collection of the data is really vast. So it's a good enough tool. And of course, you would always mention that a disclaimer that you are using your own keywords, and you're also using Wikidata as additional source for multilingual data. And I haven't seen any implementation examples with the space repositories yet, because I know that you're working with the space repositories, but there are examples for other repository platforms that I think was taking a look at and trying to implement. And maybe that's something for you to take on and develop additional functionality for this space.
That will happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina, for taking the question. We have the other 2 distinguished panelists as well, Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. Shiva. So would anyone have any questions? Any more questions? If not, thank you very much for today's session. We would like to break for lunch. We need to be back on time because we do have a couple of online speakers who are joining us at 2 o'clock, right? So let us have a group photo in the auditorium first. then we'll go for lunch. We need to be back by 1:55. Okay, so thanks very much to Irina. Yeah, please do stay online, go and have your dinner or whatever, supper, breakfast. Yeah, so yeah, we'll be back online at 2 o'clock local time. Yeah, thank you very much to those people online. Yeah, let's have the physical participants to come. We can have the distinguished speakers to come to the stage, and yeah, and then everybody can join us.
Janet. Hi.
You can hear me now? Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry, you're muted. That's why I
I'm
got.
so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. If I could just move my laptop around just to orientate you, the physical menu. Yeah. So we
Am I
are
loud
doing.
enough? Am I loud enough? Coming through loud enough?
Can the auditorium? Because they are running some music on the YouTube, so it's a bit complicated for me on how we can test your sound when the YouTube live streaming music is going on.
I'm on the big screen.
Oh yes. Do you have your slide? Would you like to?
I've got them here. Yeah.
Just give me a moment. Thanks for coming in early. That helps a lot.
I always like to troubleshoot things.
How wise. Let's see to make you co-host. Let me see. Make a co-host. Can you go to her? Just go to her name. Here. Here. Click on the three participants. Yeah, go to her name. Here, three dots. Make co-host. Yes, make her co-host. Yeah, we'll just make you co-host. Would you like to see whether you have the screen sharing rights now?
Yeah, I'll check it. Yes, it looks perfect.
That's great.
I'm just gonna, can I just test it and see if you can see it's just Zoom screen?
Let's do it, yeah.
Do you see that okay? Zoom?
It's still Zoom? Okay.
Yeah. I'm just sharing a random screen.
Okay, yeah. It works. Yeah, it works.
Okay, all good to go.
Are you okay to share the deck with us?
Yeah, do you want me to put it up now?
Do you have the link to the Google Drive folder?
Yeah, I've put them in there. I can share from here.
Yeah,
but the documents are in the Google Drive.
Let's do both. If you could drop a copy in the Google Drive and
they're in there.
If you share your PPT.
Yeah, I've got the PowerPoint and the PDF is in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
let me just.
That's weird. They were in there before.
Oh, okay. I need to go get my paper copy of the program. Just I'm going to run a bit. And then I'm going to put you on the floor here. I'm going to run. Okay, we will start with Kazu, who's in person with us, followed by Rachel, who's joining us virtually, like what you're doing now. You will be the third speaker. Kathleen is the, let me just swing my laptop up. Hi, Janice.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Good. I'm just going to, I got a message from Rachel. I'm just going to respond to that.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So Kathleen is the moderator for your session, and we have Ramya. Is the sequence okay? No change. Kazu, Rachel, Jenna.
Yeah, why don't we do Rachel first? Do we have to hear ourselves?
No, because I was talking to her. Yeah. You can off. Can you off?
So.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Very happy to move on to the next segment of our event. So next we have open science models in G20 countries. Kathleen will be the moderator for this session. This is the sequence of the presenters. We are starting off with Dr. Rachel Bruce, who's the head of Open Research, UK Research and Innovation. She'll be joining us virtually, so yeah, just say hello to her. I believe she can see you through the camera. Next, we will have Janet Catterall, Senior Project Officer for Open Access Australasia. She'll be joining us virtually as well. Third, we will have Ramya Haridasan. Kazu first? Oh, sorry. Dr. Kazu Yamaji, Professor from National Institute of Informatics, Japan. And then last but not least, we will have Ramya Haridasan, Scientist, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. So without further ado, let's put our hands together to welcome. Is it Rachel first? Yeah. Can we show Rachel's face? Yeah. Just give us a moment. Rachel would like to see you. That's a good idea. Rachel, could you start speaking so that we can feature you on the screen?
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. Is that working okay?
We can hear you. We are trying to put your slides back. Just give us a moment. Yes, we can see your slides and we can hear you. Yeah. Take it off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's lovely to join you all, and of course, a pity not to be there in person. I absolutely love Delhi as well, but there you go. So yeah, I'm, as it has been said, I'm head of open research at UK Research and Innovation, and I'll give an overview of our key policies around open science to give you a flavour of how it's working within the UK. So just to outline what UK Research and Innovation is, we are the largest public funder of research within the United Kingdom. And that means that we cover a whole range of disciplines, so from engineering to arts and humanities, medical research, and beyond. And we also have relationships with industry. So Innovate UK is one of our sub-organisations. We're all part of UKRI, and they work with industry and academia around innovation investments. In terms of our work with open science, because we are the largest public funder of research within the UK, then we lead in terms of the policy and strategy on behalf of the UK government and in partnership with the UK government. And UK Research and Innovation, in our strategy, we see that we have a role within the research and innovation system, which this slide seeks to depict. So our strategy overall is about transforming tomorrow together, and that's really about ensuring that research and innovation enhances the lives of all, society and the economy, both within the United Kingdom but also globally in partnership with others. And in order to ensure that the system achieves that objective, then we work around these principles for change in terms of trying to encourage more diversity, connectivity, resilience and engagement across many different domains and partnerships and different roles. And we believe within and articulate within our strategy that open science, or open research as we call it within the United Kingdom, is a key element in achieving that change. So it's one of our core strategic objectives. As I'm sure has been probably covered already in the proceedings, but I will just recap on why open research is important. So for us, we really equate excellent research with being open and transparent. And because of all of the things that open and transparent research can support. So of course, it enhances that collaboration across disciplines, but with other domains, really therefore providing those benefits for economy and society. It can, of course, support more efficient research, less duplication, but also more effective collaboration, and also faster access to research results. And also it underpins integrity, and which of course is absolutely essential within the research that we support, but also enhancing trust. And I've already hinted at the kind of greater impacts that you therefore can have from that. And because we are a public funder, of course, ensuring research that we fund is undertaken in this way, then delivers what we call public value. So we have a number of different commitments and work in a number of different multilaterals. So, for example, the G20, but also here just pointing to G7 commitments. But I also wanted just to point to, whilst we've had open science policies for a number of years, in 2021, the government re-articulated the commitment to open science in the UK Research and Development Roadmap, and accentuating that open publication must be mandated and open data sharing strongly incentivised. And of course, as I said, because we work in partnership with the government in delivering on these, we are one of the key agents in delivering that ambition. Within UK research and innovation, whilst we see open research as the whole research life cycle, there are priorities in terms of the policy agenda. So one is open access policy to research publications. The other is open data policy. And then we also think about and encourage open cultures, so trying to improve the research culture to encourage more open and transparent research as well. So those are the three key elements within our open research policy and strategy. I won't go through this in detail, but really it's just to depict that open access to publication has been a long endeavour, and there have been many different policy interventions to support and progress open access to publication. Where we are now, so we've introduced a new open access policy which started in 2021, and we worked with other international funders, but beyond UK research and innovation within the UK, we also worked with the other funders in the UK, so the Wellcome Trust, the National Institute for Health Research, and also our Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and our Department for the Environment. And the open access policy within UKRI, we announced our policy first, and those other funders within the UK are coming in line, or public funders, I should say. Wellcome's always ahead of everyone else, since they're a charitable funder. And so what we were seeking with the new policy was immediate open access for research articles to the published, peer-reviewed published output. And then we also broadened our open access policy to include long-form outputs, so monographs, book chapters and edited collections. And that was introduced in January of this year, and that's completely brand new open access requirements, broadening out the open access policy to a range of disciplines, so including obviously arts and humanities specifically there, although long form do also cross other disciplines. In terms of the research articles policy, really the requirement is quite simple. It's immediate open access with a CC BY license, but the way in which that open access can be met is via two key routes. So route one is the version of record, the published output. So that could be within a journal, a publishing platform, and it's the final peer-reviewed output. Route two is the author's accepted manuscript, so what can be called green, so the peer-reviewed author accepted manuscript published within or a institutional or subject repository. And so either route is compliant with the policy. In the same way, for long-form publications, we've taken the approach of two routes, so either the version of record or the author-accepted manuscript. So either within the final publishing venue, if you like, or within a repository. The difference with the long form policy, as it's completely brand new, is there is a 12-month embargo period. So there's delayed open access. There's also many exceptions because they're quite different outputs, and a lot around third-party materials because, of course, they play a major role in long form academic monographs. And we also are more liberal on our licensing requirements. So CC BY is preferred, but also non-commercial licenses and non-derivative licenses are accepted. And then just to touch on open research data policy, or let's call it research data policy really, because of course what we really mean is being as open as possible and as closed as necessary, which means that our data policies are really about responsible research data management, ensuring that the research data that underpins research findings is available, and where data has a long-term value, then it is archived and reusable. That is, of course, whilst there have been policies for a number of years, there's still a long road, I would say, in terms of cultural change and also really understanding the practices that are necessary to ensure open and transparent research data across the whole broad range of disciplines. Nevertheless, within the UK, research organisations and research funders are all committed to open research data, and we see developments within research organisations as well as funders like ourselves in terms of setting policies and investing in infrastructure. Where we are now is we have a range of different policies that apply to different disciplines, but we are now seeking to update those in line with statements such as the recommendations from OECD, which seeks to broaden the definition to include software, algorithms, and other artifacts that enable research data to be accessible and reused. I just wanted to touch upon the sorts of infrastructure that we are engaged in order to enable our policies. So within the UK, we've had a long established repository infrastructure, and I mentioned that our policy allows green publication, author accepted manuscript, and so in support of that we have a number of different repositories. which are managed within institutions, but there are also subject repositories. But we engage in some of the shared infrastructure that enhances the processes around those, such as the JISC Sherpa services, which enable authors and also libraries to navigate different journal and funder policies so that they can meet open access requirements or indeed negotiate the sorts of requirements that are needed. Also, the COAR aggregation that was supported, or it's led at the Open University, and it's been supported with JISC and also UKRI funding, is an aggregation of research outputs and repository content, and it enables that content to be reused, text and data mined, and also surfaced in different services. Other infrastructures which are in development, things such as the Open Access Switchboard, which what that enables really is, as we move to open access, you see a lot of different business models provided by publishers, and funders and research organisations need to navigate complexity which we wish didn't exist. An OA switchboard helps exchange metadata around those outputs so that you can surface again the outputs appropriately within different services. And also you can get analysis from the switchboard, which can then enhance your policy and interventions. Within our open access policy, we state some minimal standards that need to be adhered to enable the research outputs to be discovered, used, and also tracked and analysed, but also made more useful. And so one aspect that we, like many others, are engaged in is really the wide adoption of persistent identifiers for key research entities. And so we have in some cases implemented these within our core systems, and research organisations implement them within theirs. And also we work with publishers to encourage the uptake and exchange metadata. So cross-ref is of course absolutely critical there. I would say that we're seeing broader adoption, and some of the persistent identifiers here, such as RAIDs, which are mentioned for research projects, are less mature, and others are more mature, such as DOIs and ORCID. Just to touch on that, the infrastructure for long form is also in development, and in particular the OARCN infrastructure, which provides a whole set of different services which enable the indexing, discovery and preservation of open access books. And so we are also engaged in those services and hope to provide a UKRI window of all of the outputs that come through our new policy. I just again want to touch on the broader infrastructure to support research data. So there are various different investments that we have under the banner of digital research infrastructure, and of course they're interoperable globally. And then if you'll see the data infrastructure there, of course, points to things like storage and archives, and also the support of data stewardship and those roles, as well as accessibility and discovery interfaces. So there are a set of investments there which cover more the kind of data outputs, and often with a disciplinary lens. So overall, I think, without going into the specific figures here, we see that we're making progress in terms of open access and also open data and other research outputs. It's sometimes fairly slow going. So as I say, that cultural aspect is extremely important. So incentivizing and also supporting the development of skills. And that just really brings me to our final big policy push, which is really about trying to improve and reform research assessment and reward so that we move away from perhaps the obsession of publishing in certain venues, and we are actually rewarding more collaborations and a whole range of different outputs and recognizing the value of those. So we're engaged in many different levels, I suppose, of work in this area, such as the global DORA commitments, but also we are introducing things like narrative CVs in our research processes and working on indicators that recognise a whole variety of different outputs. So thank you very much. That's the overview from the UK on open science.
Thank you so much, Rachel. That was a great overview, and we all know that UK was an early adopter of open science and has been leading the way in many areas. So it's it's great to hear from you. We're going to have all the presentations, and then we will take the questions at the end. So save your questions for Rachel. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is also online, Janet Catterall, who will be talking about open science in Australasia. So over to you, Janet. Janet, if you could open your video, I think that would help. Here.
Does that help?
Yes, we hear you now, and we see you.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Please go ahead.
All right, so I was just saying that in Australia we acknowledge the peoples whose land we're on when we gather in public. So I just wanted to acknowledge the Irukandji, Jabagai, and Gimoy Wullaburri Yidinji. I'm on their lands where I live and work, and pay respect to their elders past, present, and continuing, and acknowledge their enduring connection to this place. I'd also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia, and to pay my respects to the Ngā Iwi Māori, the Tagak Whenua of Aotearoa, because I'm going to be talking quite a bit about Aotearoa, New Zealand in this presentation. Thank you. So a little bit about Open Access Australasia, because you may not know much about us. We have a membership mostly of universities, 32 universities across Australia and Aotearoa, but we also have this variety of other organizations that operate in the open research space. So we have quite a varied membership at this point in time. We advocate for and raise awareness of open access in Australia and Aotearoa, and we collaborate regionally and internationally to build capacity and expertise in our region. We also advise on national, regional, and international strategies for open research. And we believe in equity in scholarly communications, in a diverse ecosystem of open access, by which I mean there are many different routes to make research open. We call that bibliodiversity. And we believe in integrity, quality in research, appropriate and respectful use of indigenous knowledges, and retention of rights by authors or their institutions. So I'm going to very briefly touch on the history in the two countries just by pointing out literally a tiny number of things. As you can see, a lot has happened in the last 20 years, and the different colors of these circles indicate that we have a lot of different institutions involved in these initiatives, government, funders, universities, advocacy bodies, a lot of varied stakeholders. And our journey really began with Australian National University, who established the first repository in 2000, and then we had the first open access policy at Queensland University of Technology in 2003. And quite a bit later on, we had our two major funders have their first open access policy, which is the Australian Research Council and the National Health and Medical Research Council. And then we had the first, jumping forward a bit, we had the first two negotiated transformative agreements. They were negotiated by COAR, which stands for the Council of Australian University Librarians. That's our consortia. And then in 21, the chief scientist, Dr. Kathy Foley, came on board with making open research a priority in her work. This only goes up to 21, so a lot has happened in the last 2 years as well. And in Aotearoa, the world's first open source library management system was in 2000. They have an open journal publishing platform called Tufera, which started in 2016. I'll be talking more about that. They started a project, so CONSUL stands for the Council of New Zealand University Librarians. It's like the counterpart to COAR. They started a 5-year research project in 2019 to track how Aotearoa was going in terms of open progress to open research. And their first transformative agreement was negotiated in 2021. So that's just a super swift run through. Start off by talking about where we are in terms of open right now. This information, the graphics are from an initiative called the Curtin Open Knowledge Initiative, or COAR. They have an open access dashboard. It's available for anyone to use, and it has global information in it. So just to show you here that obviously open access is tracking on the up, and the number of open research outputs in both countries has doubled in the last 2 years. But if you look at the actual percentages, 43 and 40 respectively, we just saw the ones from the UK. We're lagging behind some of our European, UK and neighbors in the Americas, and even immediate neighbors like Indonesia. So part of my presentation hopefully will suggest some reasons why that is the case. This slide, I just wanted to reiterate the bibliodiversity of what's happening in these two countries, because you can see this other platform open in COAR. This refers to anything that's not in a journal, and it's mostly repositories. So there is a lot of activity in terms of repository path to open, as much as journals, if not more so, in these two countries, which differs from some places. And I was going to lean on Brian Nozick's pyramid just to go through what's happening over here, specifically talking to the base here, the infrastructure that we have in Australia and Aotearoa, the community that is engaged with open research and policies. Those are the three that I'll touch on today. So infrastructure, community, and policy. Now, in order to be able to talk about those things, we have to know where we're at with them. So there's been some efforts to collect evidence and do some analysis. I talked about, already mentioned, the CONSUL 5-year State of Open Access in Aotearoa project. So every year they've gone out, they've collected the data, and that's been very influential in driving initiatives over there. And over in Australia, we haven't had a long-term thing like that yet, but last year we published, Open Access Australasia published this report. What we basically did was we looked at 4 sectors: government, university, non-profit and health, and we tried to see what open access initiatives were being practiced by these research active institutions. The report is on Zenodo if anyone wants to look at it. This is a broad overview. The universities are the blue ones at the back, and as you'd expect, they're the most engaged. These are all the different initiatives that we had a look for. Government is green, and over on this right-hand side, this is the repository action. Over on the left is policies. So you can see that government is engaging in repository type work. But if you look across everywhere else for nonprofits and health, there's very little engagement with any open activities at all. So if we have a look at infrastructure, I'm pulling from the report for some of these tables that you're going to see. So universities, most of them have a repository, but you get outside of that sector, other than government, there is very little going on here. Again, if you look across what kinds of repositories different sectors are using, it's quite varied. Universities are using institutional repositories, health are using domain repositories, things like PubMed. That might explain why they don't have their own institutional ones if they're relying on domain ones. And government, nonprofit, it's all quite varied. So you can't really draw big comparisons across sectors, and even within sectors, there isn't like one clear path. People are using a lot of different approaches. If we look at publishing infrastructure, like open journal platforms, for example, more than half the universities are publishing journals, but outside of the universities, basically nothing. The exception is CSIRO, which is a scientific government agency. They have a publishing platform, but other than that, very little. I wanted to just kind of zoom in on this publishing platform in Aotearoa. This is out of Auckland University of Technology. It's called Te Whara, and it publishes journals for groups and communities that are underrepresented in general academic publishing, and probably otherwise their perspective and voices wouldn't be heard. So that bibliodiversity approach is really important for communities who are not well served or find it difficult to get in to the standard academic kind of status quo. In terms of data infrastructure, we have the Australian Research Data Commons. RAID, we just saw on the previous slide, they just last month announced a partnership with DataCite to become part of this project to track research projects, and they're involved in persistent identifiers as well. So last year they had a broad consultation and just published this month, or maybe last month, the strategy for Australian national persistent identifiers. So they're working in this kind of space. So hopefully what I hope to show with the infrastructure here is that it's very piecemeal. There is no kind of, often at the institutional level, there's no sort of national approach to any of this. So our infrastructure is definitely patchy. If we look at the community, we've got a very vibrant, thriving community of open research practitioners. There are different communities of practice in both countries around open education, research management, diamond journal publishing, citizen science. It's a thriving community, but it is small. This community is sharing tools and collectives. So again, things for open educational resources, guides for how to navigate the open access publishing landscape for researchers. This just came out in Aotearoa this year. We have a Creative Commons chapter to help with open licensing. And we have some resources. This is a guidelines for First Nations collection description that was written last year. And we also have institutions now that are using TK labels, which are traditional knowledge labels, so that communities can self-describe their research and their data. And we also have some homegrown tools for discovery and analysis, COAR from Curtin University being one of them. We also have Figure.nz in Aotearoa is for analyzing government publicly available data through graphs and so on. So this is a pretty unique initiative. And then we have the Lens, which is out of Queensland University of Technology, which is access to an enormous number of scholarly articles and patents. And they have a suite of analytical tools. They are fee for tools, but they structure it in such a way that institutions with more resources help subsidize institutions with less or none. Their philosophy is that everybody should be able to access their resources. So that's the community. We've got a vibrant community, but it is quite small. And if we look at policy, we have the chief scientist who just announced about a month ago that she has a proposal for open access in Australia only. We haven't seen the proposal yet. We're actually, Open Access Australasia is meeting with her in the first week of May to have a look at the proposal and discuss it. One of our funders, the NHMRC, just really made much more robust its open access policy by, as of 24, this came out in 22, but it's now being implemented, everything immediate open access with an open license. The Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment in Aotearoa, they are the first, that's the first government institution to have an open access policy over there. And they are looking at the repository route as a legitimate way to go with the author accepted manuscript. And this report came out of the Chief Science Advisor's Office in Aotearoa, asking for a national policy on open access and a national roadmap to open research. So there is not an overarching national policy right now, but there are initiatives heading in that direction, I guess you would say. In terms of institutions, outside of the universities, very little open access or open science policies in the three other sectors. There's some around data for government. Universities, not very much in terms of data, a bit more in terms of open access, but we were really surprised to find so little when we did this report, and most of the policies concern publications. There isn't very much on other aspects of open research other than your standard journal article. In Australia and Aotearoa, we definitely try to operate around the open as open as possible, as close as necessary principle, because we have Indigenous data sovereignty and Maori data sovereignty movements where these communities, obviously, how much they share is up to them. It should be their decision. And so, yeah, we have to be sensitive and recognize these extra implications. It's not necessarily the case that everything should be open to everyone at all times in all ways. So this is a major concern in our region. However, I did notice when I went through the policies for that report that there was very few policies that actually recognized those considerations. These are three that did, but mostly that was absent. So to kind of finish up, what I was hoping to show you here is for Australia and Aotearoa and New Zealand, our infrastructure is patchy, piecemeal, and mainly at the institutional level. Our community is vibrant and shares tools and resources, but does not have access to levers that can make change in a big way on a systematic level. And our policies are also very patchy. So the promise, if we are to make good on the promise of open science in Australia, we need to have a principle-led approach with equity front and center, systematically planned and implemented with some high-level champions to kind of move things along with adequate staffing and finance support, wide socialization across all the relevant sectors, and the ability to participate meaningfully in international discussions like this one. But we need a central coordinated national infrastructure in both countries, a national strategy and national policy, and these things are currently absent. And we want to create those kinds of initiatives with the relevant communities and stakeholders, and not have them be determined by the interests of commercial service providers, which has been the case up until now. So we're just looking to find political will and global collaboration to shift to this system-wide, bibliodiverse, open ecosystem. And I will just close similarly to the previous speaker with a note on research assessment. Couldn't go into it in the confines of this talk, but this is a graphic from DORA, the Declaration on Research Assessment. Open scholarship, open science, equity and inclusion cannot be separated from the research culture. And so, reform of research assessment practice and culture is the next big piece of the puzzle. So I will just leave it there. Thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting, and I look forward to the other talks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Janet. And I think both your talk and Rachel's talk emphasized how much this is a systemic ecosystem. We need really to build the policies, the infrastructure, the incentive systems together and make sure they're aligned to be able to move in one direction. So I would like to invite our next speaker to come up, Kazu Yamaji, a professor from the National Institute of Informatics in Japan, and he will give us an overview of the Japanese open science ecosystem.
Thank you, Catherine, for your introduction. So please load up my slides. So in order to secure the good enough time for question and answer, so I'm gonna talk my presentation as quick as possible. But I would like to introduce our experience in Japan. Basically, I am the person providing the infrastructure to the nationwide infrastructure throughout the Japanese communities, especially focusing on the higher education. And our open science discussion has been started with G8, G7 the discussion. So as you can see from this, how to laser is here. Okay, not here. So as you can see on the left hand bottom, so in 2016, the G7 launched a working group for the open science. And at that time, at the beginning, we are mainly focusing on which button I have to push? Okay, now it's okay. So at the beginning, we are mainly focusing on the incentives working group, and we also had a infrastructure working group. So the incentive working group was led by the UK, the Rachel was leading the working group. And also the infrastructure working group was led by Japan and the United States, NSF and NIH. And at the beginning, two working groups worked together under this D7 Open Science Working Group under the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. And then lastly, recently, we also had as you look at the bottom, we also had one more additional third working group, Research on Research. And this working group is led by the Mahon Dakos, the tomorrow keynote speakers. So these three working group are working together, and then try to describe the importance of the open science in a G7 communique. So this doesn't work too much. Okay, so the last year the G7 we hosted G7 in Japan in Sendai. The Ministry Science and Technology Minister meeting has been held in Sendai, and we succeeded to put a open science statement in this communique. And also, so I can use this one. So maybe how to do that? Okay, now it's okay. So not only the communique in the Science and Technology Minister, but we also described about importance of the open science in the leaders and the communique. So like this way, and this is our background as a open science activity. And then in order to support this document, Japan also recently succeeded to provide or stipulate the basic policy on promotion of open access, especially at the beginning, stating about open access to the public funded funded research. So as you can see here at the bottom, from the 2025, we are trying to do something about immediate open access. So this is the policy aspect, and as you can see, so maybe our Japanese policy about open science and open access is a bit behind from the different countries. But in case of the infrastructure, so it's a bit different. It's a bit advanced because of us. So we are supporting as a NII, the nationwide research data cloud, named NII Research Data Cloud, which composed by the 3 different components like this, supporting a whole entire research data lifecycle. So starting from the at the top, the research data management platform, we called it as a Gakuni RDM. So this RDM system is based on maybe some of the guys have talked about open science framework in the morning, but we also using the open science framework. It's an open source software. So we domesticated this open science framework and then provided to the Japanese communities. And then once the researcher got the research outcome by using our RDM platform, so the researcher and the librarian deposit the content into our publication platform named Gyro Cloud. I will let you know in detail one by one. And every single metadata stored in the publication platform will be aggregated into the discovery service named Sign. So in case of our discovery platform, of course, we are aggregating the metadata from each individual institution repository in Japan. And in addition to that, we also started to aggregate the metadata of the data database in Japan, throughout Japan. And also, we are connecting the data coming from the funding agencies and the book and the dissertation, and try to connect each other and try to creating a huge Japanese knowledge graph. And by using, so this is not just for the article search and the data search. Of course, by using this the huge knowledge graph, so we are also thinking about how to incentivize the researchers, and also trying to provide a new metrics for the progress of the open science itself, and also the advanced mechanism of the open science itself. And in case of the publication platform, we call, as I said to you before, now we call this as a Gyro Cloud. So as you can see in the graph, the blue curve means the number of the institutions which launch or which operates the institution repository by their own effort. by using the BD space and the e-prints at the beginning. So it has been started around 2015. And once we launch, our Japanese institutional repository by each individual university effort. So, so around the 2013 and 14, the most of the national university and the big university has already had their own institutional repository by their own effort. Of course, we are supplying a small amount of money to the university, but basically they can do that by their own effort. But majority of the small and the medium class university, they wanted to have their own repository, but because of the lack of the IT skill and also the operational skill, so they are unable to provide their repository by their own effort. That's why, as an NII, we decided to provide a cloud service for the institutional repository, which denoted by the orange. So now the majority of the institutional repository in Japan is by using our cloud service. So, and the recently, the last year, we migrated from the old version of our institutional repository to the new version. So we are collaborating with the CERN, High Energy Physics Institution in Switzerland, and we employed the Invenio as a basic the system of the repository system, and then we are adding the new functionality on top of the Invenio, and then providing to the Japanese communities. Of course, that we have already have this kind of, the great infrastructure in terms of the institutional repository. And as Janet said, the community is so important, how to operate this kind of a new infrastructure. So tomorrow, my colleague Jun will provide, how to operate our, this also the institutional repository cloud system, and also how to engage the community itself by using our infrastructure. So we are just providing the infrastructure itself. The community is so important. So that both ways have to go together. And not only the institutional repository in Japan, recently the many of the project and the data database also employed our cloud service. And then finally, so I'd like to introduce our RDM platform. So this is based on the open science framework. And we are also adding the new functionality on top of the open science framework by getting the voice from the university side. Especially, so the university side would like to employ our service as an the institutional research data management platform. So we started to provide our service from a couple of years ago, but the rapidly growing like this way, and more than 100 institutions has already been decided to employ our new service as their institutional research data management system. And we are applying this function and application, and we are asking to the university, please provide your storage as an institutional storage and connect to our service, and then operate together. So in the morning, so there was a discussion about the sustainable model of the how to operate the repository. That's going to be the centralized or distributed. So maybe we can provide the kind of the answer to that question. So maybe in a question time, so we want to discuss about how to do that in this the local community in India. And in case of the Gakunin RDM, we are adding the new functionality from two different aspects. One is the promoting the research activity. The other one is saving the research integrity itself. So from the viewpoint of the institution, the integrity, the research integrity is so important. Once the bad research article will be picked up by the newspapers or the media, so the university got the big damage. So they are always worrying about the reusability of the data. In addition to that, the research integrity is so important. And maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the Japanese Cabinet Office started the big grant for the research named Moonshot. And in this the Moonshot program, so the Cabinet Office strongly pushing our infrastructure to be able to utilize as their the research data management in their program, and also try to publicize the research data as much as possible based on the fair principle. And this is one of the examples from the Moonshot project. They are handling the medical data. And more than maybe 300 of the researchers are joining to our, using the research data management system and sharing the data between the experimentalist and the data analyst, and also trying to open the data as much as possible by using our publication platform. So this is, the kind of a mixture or a collaboration between a top-down approach and also the bottom-up approach. But so far, in the major research project, so they are smoothly moving forward, by using the research data management platform and the publication platform. However, there are right now the researchers so many things they have to do in addition to their pure research itself. Starting from they have to think about the information security and the research ethics. Recently, the researcher has to write down the research data management plan at the beginning of the research, and also the data publication and the metadata curation. There are so many things in researcher have to care about. So in order to burden such a work, additional work, so we are trying to lower the barrier of the researchers to be able to do the research data management and the publication of the research in addition to the open access. So on top of the NIR Research Data Cloud, I mean 3 major platforms, we are adding the new 7 functionality on top of that. I'm gonna introduce a couple of that. The one is the data governance, the functionality. So as you can see, as I said to you before, so now the researcher have to write the data management plan before starting the project itself. But the description has to be like this way, So from the viewpoint of the researcher, so it doesn't sense. So how to utilize this DMP for the the accelerating their research itself. So from the researcher's point of view, this is just for this DMP is just for submitting to the funding agency itself. So it's a very story. So to switch such an idea, so our DMP related functionality try to facilitate the research itself. If the research, of course, in order to do that, the researcher have to describe the much more detailed information about their project. However, once the researcher describes such the basic information in a DMP, so the system automatically initiate our RDM platform in addition to the appropriate storage and appropriate computing resources. And the researcher can easily kick off the project itself by using this functionality, data governance functionality, which is embedded the NIR Research Data Cloud. And also, after starting the research, so the researchers always have to, think about the research integrity or the reusability of the research itself. Our data governance functionality is always tracking the relationship between the research data and the source code by using our functionality. And then finally, try to publicize as a package of the research outcome by using our publication platform. For instance, in this the research reproducibility functionality, so we are always tracking the combination between the research data and the source code, and then packed into the one single file, standardized by means of the RO plate, and also putting the fundamental persistent ID into that package, and then try to publicize such a package from our the publication platform. And once the next researcher will download such a package, they can automatically very easily, just one click, reproduce the research outcomes by using such a package, and also our environment for the data governance and also the data analysis tools. So like this way, so not only just the pushing the new the work in addition to their research itself, we are trying to provide much more easy to use the open science environment to the Japanese researchers. And of course, we are trying to collaborate, make it more the international standard, and also try to try to think about the interoperability between the different platforms provided by the different nations and countries. So and like this way, by making a communication with the Japanese communities, we are adding the new functionality in our NIL Research Data Cloud. So this is something about our current status. So, okay, so that's going to be the finish. So keep in mind in your the questions and give us at the end of that.
Okay, last but definitely not least is Ramya Haridhasan from the Indian government, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from her because she will be talking about what's happening here locally in India. So welcome.
So very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the COAR, the AISSMS and the UNESCO for having me here and present to you all the work that our office has been doing in the area of open access for India. So this is the work which was initiated in 2018 under the guidance of the then Principal Scientific Advisor, Dr. K. Vijayaraghavan, and is being continued under the guidance of the current PSA, Professor Ajay Sood. So just to give a background as to how this work got initiated in our office, of course, this has been recognized globally that open access is a basic human right, and it has been given in the Article 27 of United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights and affirmed in the recent recommendation on open science by UNESCO, that everyone has the right to freely share in scientific advancements and its benefits. And the COVID-19 pandemic has been very a striking example of how immediate access to knowledge has helped us overcome one of the major global challenges that we have faced till date. And considering the premise that the publishing in print era has now transformed into the digital era, where the output of publication has gone from physical hard copies to electronic articles. The production of the output has become so easy now, but the pricing structure remains the same, and also the access to it remains restricted or is becoming more and more restrictive because of the ever climbing paywalls, be it in terms of subscriptions or APCs. And the most prevalent publishing models are the pay to read and pay to publish in today's times. And open access came up as a solution to what the subscription model was doing in terms of the high paywalls which were restricting readers from reading. However, in today's times, open access has become as commercialized as it can get, and the rising APC charges, the exorbitant APC charges to the tune of $11,000 in some of the journals, that is really forcing the community today to take major actions to bring great reforms in this area. So the first exercise that we did at the office of the PSA was to gather the figures on what are the annual expenditure, what is the annual expenditure on journal subscriptions that the Indian government is doing. So this was data which was collected from the various ministries and departments which are currently subscribing in the form of say library consortia. There are 10 library consortia in the country, today, and eShodh Sindhu, which is the largest library consortia under the Ministry of Education, is supporting about 3,200 colleges, 134 technical institutes, 217 universities, and 98 centrally funded technical institutes. So, and of course, there are other consortia as well. So, this figure came out to be around 1,500 crores, which is about 180 million US dollars. And the figures were quite, I mean, it was sort of like a wake-up call that in spite of so much spending, the target, the beneficiary institutions is still a very small fraction of what we would like to extend the benefits to. So these IITs, NITs, IISers, these are the premier institutions in the country, yet 90% of our student population go to institutions which are not covered by much of these consortia. So the that is when the government took this initiative that some change needs to be brought about in the journal subscription system in the country. Looking at APC charges, so this data I have taken from the latest published paper, and this paper was published, I mean this data is from 2017, and the star marked one, the hash marked one is still is yet to be published study. So in 2017, it is estimated that India paid APC charges to the tune of 8.8 million US dollars. And there was an analysis which our office had done along with InflibNet Center to get more recent figures. That's about in 2000 figures for 2021, and that was coming out to be a much higher figure, which is close to 300 crores. So looking at these two major spending figures, we then moved out to do a survey of what is happening globally. We had consultations with the Coalition S. This is the Coalition of European Research Funders, where they are having negotiations with publishers for gradual transition to complete open access. Now, one reason why India could not join the Coalition S was, one of the main reasons was the fact that there was no step being taken on making access affordable. So there was nothing being done to address the exorbitant APC charges, and India as a country, we are still amongst the developing countries of the world. So we need a movement which focuses also on the aspect of affordability of access. Then there's the OA 2020 initiative. It's a global effort coordinated by Max Planck Digital Library, where they are aiming for open access, which with costs which are transparent and economically sustainable. Then there are other efforts in the Latin American countries, where there's a huge, for about 2 decades now, they've had a community-driven, publicly funded platforms for journals. They are following the Diamond Open Access model. That is also something which was which seemed very attractive to us, and also was the landmark open access deal which UC Berkeley struck with Elsevier, the single cost control contract covering subscriptions as well as APC. So these were all learnings. Of course, Project Deal in Germany was also another important movement which we were following. So to put into context the unique publishing landscape in India, I mean, after going through what is happening globally as well, we needed an India-specific solution, because in India, most of the costs which are incurred in the publishing ecosystem are mostly borne by the government, be it in terms of subscriptions, a government pays for the consortia, and even if it is for the APCs, which are mostly paid from the research grants, which are again provided by government funding bodies. So this unique aspect actually gave us an opportunity to have a coordinated effort at the national level. And the problems which we were looking at were, of course, the legacy payment structures of the print era, the massive outlay for subscriptions, but the restricted access which is there. Then there was a lot of overlap in the resources which were being subscribed by the various consortia. So different consortia are subscribing to the same resources. And what we felt was, if all the users are brought under a national consortia, then even lower charges can be negotiated for those resources. And of course, APCs is something which is of, a very important thing to be dealt with. So the vision for open access, which was then developed after a lot of consultations with national and international experts, interministerial consultations which were held, and of course talks with consultations with publishers. We have come out with a three-pronged approach where the first track is more of an immediate kind of a step which we need to take up, which is One Nation, One Subscription. That is, bring up all the subscriptions under one national license. Our next short-term goal is to promote the Indian journals and repositories. We have a few Indian journals of global repute. We have repositories in place. Professor COAR touched upon all of it in the morning in his keynote address. But these need to be promoted in terms of, the usage by our own researchers, and ultimately these repositories will help us in linking with the international repositories which are there, which is also something which we are targeting. And finally, which is more of an aspirational goal, because we are still looking at what is happening elsewhere in the world, which it's about the research evaluation methods which need to be changed, because this is something which is going to help us in pushing forward our first two goals as well. Research evaluation methods which are going to be journal independent are going to help us in shifting the focus of our researchers to look at journals, other journals, Indian journals, which are also of good quality. It will also help us in pushing forward One Nation, One Subscription, because the goal there is to expand access, but also at a reasonable cost. So talking about One Nation, One Subscription, it's about consolidating payments to publishers through a central agency under a single national license, where for subscription journals, the prices will be centrally negotiated and centrally funded, and access to every individual in the country. And here it's every individual who needs it. Specifically, I've added, because there was a lot of misconception that One Nation, One Subscription is going to give access to each and every citizen in the country. But that may not be a very efficient way of doing things, because not everybody needs it. And if we do end up doing that, then the costs would be really, really high. So we are exploring ways that we would like to extend access beyond scientists and researchers, because even there are citizens as well who would like to be part of this, take part in this knowledge exchange. And as far as APCs are concerned, concessions on APCs are being negotiated, and there's also a plan for providing central funding support for APCs of selected good quality open access journals. So why good quality open access journals mostly end up having the highest of APCs. So the implementation is being planned in phases. In the first phase, we are planning to cover all government, academic and R&D institutions. So at present, there are about 2,400 government, academic and R&D institutions which are getting the benefits of subscriptions. And the plan is to expand this to 6,300 institutions in the first phase. And out of that 6,000, there are about 5,000 colleges. So just to answer a question which was asked in one of the earlier sessions, is whether something like One Nation One subscription has been attempted elsewhere in the world. I would say unification of subscriptions at the national level have been done, but something of this scale has not been attempted before. Then phase 2 is where we will be expanding it to universal access, and in this phase is when we'll be then expanding access to private higher educational institutions first, and then moving on to the general public. So the target date is 1st of Jan 2025. So this is a process which has been taking time, because the first target was in 2023, then 2024, and now 2025. That's because negotiations have not been easy. There have been 3 rounds of negotiations with publishers, and this is a huge change for the publishers, because they've never come across something like this in any other country. So negotiations have taken time, and now we are at a stage where significant number of publishers who've been selected have come on board, and we will be moving the proposal to the cabinet now. So the benefits, yes, the most important one is the fact that we are planning to expand access to nearly 3 times more number of institutions. And in the next phase, which will be including private institutions. So in India, there are about 50,000 higher educational institutions in the country. And the plan is to involve all of them in the next phase. But something of that scale will also require some public-private partnership model to fund it. So to start with, we are targeting the government institutions because it's the lowest hanging fruit for the government to start with. And it's also more of a manageable goal for something as ambitious as One Nation One subscription. And another important benefit that we seek to get out of this is the fact that full collection access to all publisher resources are being negotiated. So currently, the 10 library consortia in the country are getting access to discipline-specific journals. I mean, whatever, like suppose the Ministry of, the Department of Biotechnology will have biotechnology-specific resources, DRDO will have a different set of resources. But under ONOS, whatever resources are being subscribed will be available to each and every user, which is each and every researcher who is part of the affiliated institutions. And of course, APC charges will be addressed to bring it down through discounts in the prices, and also plans for supporting central funding of APCs for select journals. The next track, which is about promoting Indian journals and repositories, here the main aim is to enhance the visibility and accessibility of Indian research. So the ultimate vision is to finally create a family of Indian e-journals having high quality peer review covering all streams of sciences and humanities. So currently we have journals of, from the Indian Journal of Medical Research, we have the journals by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Current Science. There's some journals of very good quality which need to be promoted. More and more users need to be encouraged to publish in these, and also the peer review needs to be improved. So this is what the government plans to do once the ONOS, at least the phase 1 is set in place. And in terms of accessibility, now this is about reviving our repositories, promoting their use. And here the national and institutional repositories need to be, I mean, there are funder mandates, but they are not being strictly adhered to. So the enforcing mechanism needs to be put in place so that we ensure that our public funded research outputs, okay, something just happened. Did I just touch some of the wires here? Could it be that? I'll stay a little bit further away from the podium. So, yeah. So, funder mandates need to be enforced with, need to be ensured that they are properly followed. That is not being done currently. So, this needs to be, this one aspect which needs to be addressed in case of our national repositories. And at the global level, linking of national repositories with international repositories is also one of the aims. And in this, on this front, we've already initiated, talks started happening at the G20 platform, and that's how we happened to meet Kathleen at the coalition of the Confederation of Open Access Repositories. So, and the next one about new research evaluation methods, as I mentioned earlier, this is going to help us push the other two tracks of effort also. So here also we are looking for, we are in the process of seeing what's happening worldwide. At many platforms I have heard, like at the Berlin conference on open access, which happened in June last year. There also, there were a lot of talks which were happening about coming up with research evaluation methods. And I think Devika ma'am is also going to throw some light on this aspect in her talk as well. So, giving weightage to intrinsic merit of the work and impact of the work needs to be given a lot of importance, and other aspects such as, say, innovation and entrepreneurial capabilities as well, which is, you know, becoming very, very prominent in the scientific ecosystem now, should also be taken into consideration. So the open access initiative for the country is basically, especially with One Nation, One Subscription, is aimed to bring the global West knowledge and scholarship to the last mile in the country at a minimal cost. So expanding the access, that also keeping in mind what we have in our kitty. So that is what is the guiding principles for ONOS, and this aligns very well with the vision of the national education policy, where there is a lot of push being given to promote interdisciplinary research. And with the access that ONOS is going to provide, we hope that interdisciplinary research will become much more easier for users, scientists now, because they will have access to research resources from all disciplines. And this reverberates the vision of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, the NRF, which has been recently established. And here the aim is to promote a culture of research in our tier 2 and tier 3 institutions as well. So with the access with which ONOS is going to provide now, this research culture is also now going to be permeated in these institutions. So ONOS is going to be an instrument for both NEP as well as NRF. So that's the main aim. At the level of G20 countries, so open access was discussed as an agenda called Synergizing Global Efforts to Expand Access to Scholarly Scientific Knowledge. And this was discussed in the meeting of the Chief Science Advisors. This was the Chief Science Advisors Roundtable, which the Office of PSA had organized in 2023. And the G20 countries, they are producing approximately 85% of the world's scientific knowledge, and G20 provides a platform to come up with ways through global cooperation that this 85%, at least this 85% of the knowledge becomes easily accessible. So as part of the discussions, finally it was decided to create G20 working group on open access, which was recommended to encourage efforts across G20 countries and beyond. And the three main actionable recommendations which emerged from the discussions were: number one, that we recognize the importance of evolving approaches to providing immediate and free access to appropriate publicly funded research publications. So here the intention was to explore new negotiation strategies, new models to provide access. Like One Nation, One Subscription is one which is quite unique in today's scenario. because for publishers to agree to such massive subscriptions at minimal increase in cost is actually going to be something path breaking. And other models such as Diamond Open Access, they need to be promoted a lot. So this is to recognize that these are important steps that we need to take to deviate from the conventional publishing methods. Then we recommend establishing interoperability standards that would allow interlinking among various national as well as international repositories to expand access to publicly funded research outputs. So this is where we tried to see what is happening globally, because we didn't want to start an effort from scratch, and came to know that the COAR already has been working in this field, has brought together a large number of countries to work in this area. And what the G20 CSAR, what we all agree, that it will be good to build on efforts, ongoing efforts, to get the fastest results. And frameworks for research assessment and evaluation that take into consideration the holistic contribution of research outputs, including both their intrinsic merit as well as broader impact, are desirable and deserve further development. So here also we got consensus from countries that this is an area which needs to be focused upon, and we will be coming out with recommendations on this aspect as well. So the Open Access Focus Group is going to start working. We've received the nominations from countries. The meetings now need to start. So in the meantime, we are in the process of looking at who all are the partners that we can engage for each of these action items that we have identified. And in terms of interlinking of the repositories, COAR provided very crucial inputs which we presented at the G20 meeting, that what are the metadata guidelines and standards which are being followed in the G20 countries who are part of COAR. So there are about 11 of them, and the standards, at least first look at what is happening in each of these countries, and then we can consider the next steps as how to synchronize these metadata standards and then build up upon the interlinking methodology. So common metadata elements definitely will make the process easier. So this was just to have a first look at what is going on in other countries, and I would like to once again thank COAR for this valuable input that you provided. So yeah, so that is it from my side. So open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Ramya. It's really interesting to see where you're at in the Indian context in terms of moving forward with open science, and it seems like a pretty pragmatic approach to me. And I feel like, you know, every country gets to a point where they say, this is the current situation, we want to be over there, and what is our pathway to get from here to there, which always involves some level of compromise. So I'd like to open the floor to questions from the audience. We don't have too much time because the tea break is starting soon. And are there any questions for our people in the room or our speakers online? Yes, there is a question right here. I think it's better if you come up because the people online can't hear from that microphone.
Thank you for the very interesting panel. I actually have this question for every speaker on the panel, but particularly to maybe Rachel and Janet. Also throughout these presentations, I've found that research culture is very integral to what change needs to happen. And this change in research culture is somehow slow. And what are those barriers that you think we could address immediately in order to move forward? So anyone could answer that.
Anyone have their hand up to respond to that? Janet or Rachel? Rachel?
Yeah. So a couple of things. Yeah, it is extremely challenging. So there has been a discussion globally, although curated by the European Commission, around responsible research assessment and that kind of first mover disadvantage, because essentially publish or perish, and the way in which research is evaluated and rewarded drives certain behaviours. And of course, you know, if you're going to be rewarding and valuing different things from others, then does your research end up I suppose, performing at a different level and therefore being disadvantaged. So one thing I think and I know it's sort of like always the answer in these long-term change agendas, but I think it is to collaborate and to really share experiences. The other thing that we found is we've really got to be open to experimentation. So, for example, where we've introduced a narrative CV, and that's only a CV in the application form. So it's only one part of the process. It's a very high-level framework, and around that we've had to have lots of different community groups to discuss what that really means, how to interpret it, to pilot it. We've got a bank of evaluation results, and I know others are doing that. So I think that is one aspect. What has really struck me as useful is the sort of grassroots bottom-up approach. So I've been really impressed by some of the work that and that reproducibility has done, which is part of the UK Reproducibility Network that is linked also to, we saw Brian Nozak in Janet's presentation, and the Open Science Framework Kazoom mentioned. So the Open Science Framework in the US, they also have worked and collaborated with us on this, but actually I believe there are global groups, and it's really researchers within universities just getting together, having a cup of tea, sharing their practice, what's worked, what's the kind of rewards that they might get through opening up lab note science or any sorts of approaches. And what's kind of happened, at least within our research organisations, is vice chancellors and leaders of research organisations have recognised these ground up movements and highlighted them, and then made them case studies. Others have shared the process. So that seems to have at least, I think, made a difference. But yeah, I think it's also gradual introduction. So anyway, that's all about the research assessment process. But yeah, it's a hard one. That's my answer.
Slow incremental change.
I can just add
Janet?
to that. I mean, you covered up really well on that, Rachel. But in terms of immediate kind of low-hanging fruit at your institution, one thing that we could do is get people to have a discussion about signing DORA, the Declaration on Open Research Assessment. You can sign it as an individual, but it would be way more useful to try to get the institution to engage in it. That's something they don't lose anything by signing it, but it shows a pledge, a dedication to some kind of ongoing reform. And the other thing, just like in a institution by institution level, if you can get senior management on board with providing incentives during the recruitment and tenure and promotion for open access, the institution that I have worked at for a long time, other than Open Access Australasia, James Cook University in Queensland in Australia, they used to mandate that when you went for promotion or tenure, that your top 3 articles had to be open access. That in the process, they had to be. It was a mandatory thing. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case in the new procedures post a couple of restructures, and we've lost some people and so on. But things like that, just in terms of very little tiny incremental things that could be done on an institutional basis. But it is a very challenging, wicked problem, because it's so all-encompassing once you start to. It's not just a case of at one institution, that chancellor then has to fit into the next system, and that system fits into the global system, and there needs to be incentives all the way along for real change. So in the meantime, we just keep plugging away at what we can do, right?
Okay, on that note, I think we will close the session. Thank you so much, especially to our speakers online and your patience with the technical challenges, and to our 2 speakers here in the room. Why don't we give them a hand? And we will come back from tea break in, let's say, 20 minutes, so at 5 to 4. Is that okay for everyone? All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Have done with his work. So they've done what they've called a critical review of transitional agreements. This is what you should do, but try
It's because obviously, you know, we've got retention of where is RELX registered? It's registered in the UK, and it's the top performing FTSE 100 company. So you know, navigating with that is a bit of a nightmare. But anyway, yeah. So we shall see. It's so slow, so slow. Yeah. Anyway, really good to meet you. Okay, take care.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Bye.
maybe we're gonna start from 4 because the people still hanging around over there. That's right. Yeah. So the people are still talking outside, but we're gonna start. So the first speaker on the last session is Anup. So this is gonna be the session named researcher panel. So from that means the researchers' point of view. So they're gonna talk about the open science and the open access. So Anup, so you are the specialist for the information analysis and in this field open science and open access and the kind of an analysis. And from the researcher's point of view, so you're gonna criticize the Indian repository or cheering the Indian repository system. Maybe we are expecting the good analytical result from your research outcome. So let's invite the Noob and yeah, please come in.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you Dr. Bhusali and Dr. Kathleen for inviting me to this August gathering. And this is very interesting session. We are talking about researchers' perspectives on open science, open access, and Indian repositories are also part of open access ecosystem. So they are providing access to academic research. So we know about we have open science ecosystem in the world and in India also. So we have different facets of open science like open access publishing, open data, open source software, open educational resources, open science infrastructure, and also we have openness to indigenous knowledge system and openness to all scholarly knowledge and inquiry. So we all know about this, and also we are presently sitting at UNESCO office. UNESCO started different programs for enabling access to information and knowledge. Particularly, they started in 1970s General Information Program, and also Science and Technology Information System. So that was the beginning of the providing public access to knowledge and information. Then we moved towards the open access system, open science system. And we also have different aspects of open data, because we are also talking about fair data, findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable research data. And OECD had recommended one thing concerning access to research data from public funding. So we are public funded researchers, because we are getting research funding from the public institutions like Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, or Indian Council of Social Science Research in India. So all these are mostly public funded research projects we are handling at the university level. So we have different challenges of open science faced by Indian researchers. So open science, the movement to make scientific research data and dissemination accessible to all, faces numerous challenges in India as well as at the global level. In Indian context, these challenges are often complex due to the variety of factors, including infrastructure limitations, funding constraints, and traditional research culture. So while India has made strides in embracing open science principles, so several hurdles persist. So in 2020 December, we had one draft science technology innovation policy, which has all open science, open access principles are discussed, and also they rolled out some of the models of open access, open science. So that includes the national level repository for self-archiving our research results or research publication, and as well as research data. So that will take some more time to shape. So we have infrastructure limitations like lack of robust infrastructure for data storage and sharing. So many Indian institutions struggle with limited resources for maintaining and sharing large data sets, and there is also high cost of data storage and lack of standardized protocols for data management. So we are also talking about RDM, research data management plan. So that also requires kind of standardization. So this is an evolving process. So we hope that it will be shaped soon. So in one publication, it was noted that infrastructure limitations pose a significant challenge to open science in India, with many institutions lacking the resources for effective data storage and sharing. So another challenge is funding constraint. Funding for research in India often prioritizes the traditional publication metrics over open access initiatives. So this bias can disincentivize researchers from adopting open science practices, as they may perceive traditional publishing avenues as more beneficial for career advancement. That's why we see that people are submitting their articles to different foreign journals. So whether we have similar kind of titles, journals are available in India, particularly with Diamond Open Access model. So also Diamond Open Access journals which are available in India lack kind of scaling, upscaling. Particularly we see that some journals published from CSIR, and they are also publishing less than 100 articles per year. So while other journals like PLOS journals, they are publishing thousands of articles in a year. So upscaling is lacking here. So each journal should be upscaled so that they can accommodate at least 1000 articles in a year, and we don't have to go to foreign publishers or that publishers who are asking for high FEC charges. So upscaling is the one issue. So cost associated with APCs for open access publishing can be prohibitive for researchers, especially those in resource constrained settings. So in the morning, Dr. Ramesh Gaur talked about the all the funded researchers, they can publish in APC based journals. So that is not true, because all the funding agencies, they are also giving very limited fund and not more than $1,000 for publishing. So what to publish there? So no journal in the world, they accept less than $1,000 for article processing charge. So I think this amount is very minimal. So that's why we need to explore the diamond or platinum open access journals, and we also need to support them, which are available in India. Then one study said that funding constraints and lack of support for open access publishing hinder Indian researchers' ability to fully embrace open science. So that is the constraint related to funding. So another constraint is related to cultural and institutional resistance. So in the earlier session, someone asked the question about cultural practices related to open science publishing. So the prevailing research culture in India places a high value on individual achievement and publication in prestigious journals. Open science, with its emphasis on collaboration, transparency and sharing, may be at odds with this culture. So we need to upgrade our research culture. And additionally, some institutions still prioritize closed access journals for tenure and promotion decisions. Promotions mean whenever we are having faculty promotion or scientist promotion things, so they are seeking some metrics. So, and this further disincentivizes researchers from engaging with open science practices. So one study said that cultural and institutional resistance to open science practices such as data sharing and collaborative research persist in Indian academia. So culture is there. There is no culture of data sharing and no culture of collaboration with this present era. So we need to improve that culture, and we need to have more collaboration, particularly internationally and as well as domestically. Then lack of awareness and training among the researchers. The many researchers in India may not be aware of benefits of open science or how to effectively implement these principles. So there is a need for comprehensive training programs on open access publishing, data management and open peer review. Without adequate knowledge and skills, researchers may be hesitant to adopt open science practices. And one study said that lack of awareness and training in open science principles is a significant barrier for Indian researchers, limiting their ability to fully engage with open access publishing and data sharing. So we have some recommendations that to address the challenges faced by Indian researchers, several steps can be taken. First, there is a need for increased funding and support for open access initiatives, including subsidies for APCs and funding for data infrastructure. And APC should be, if PSA office is taking any APC related decision, there should be some percentage kept for the Indian publishers. So maybe you are offering 100 crore rupees for APC, and at least 25 crore should be, or 50 crore should be given to the Indian publishers. So that should be some incentive can be provided to the Indian publishers so that they can upgrade their open science infrastructure. So institutions should also prioritize open science in promotion and tenure criteria to incentivize the researchers. Comprehensive training programs on open science practices should be developed and made accessible to all researchers. And finally, fostering culture of collaboration and knowledge sharing within Indian academia is crucial for widespread adaptation of open science principles. So these are the challenges related to Indian research, and there are some challenges related to Indian open access repositories. So open access repositories play a crucial role in the dissemination of scholarly work, providing free access to scholarly research outputs. In India, as in many parts of the world, institutional repositories face a range of challenges that hinder the effectiveness in promoting open access. So these challenges stem from factors such as funding constraints, technological limitations, awareness issues, and need for policy support. So we know about the funding constraint that many of the institutions, they are maintaining open access repositories or willing to maintain open access repositories, but there is no institutional funding available, and maintaining and developing a repository requires financial resources for infrastructure, software, and staffing. So we need to enhance the funding opportunities at the institutional level. Then technological limitations. So we have lack of robust technological infrastructure. That is significant challenge. Technological limitations such as outdated software and limited storage hinder the effectiveness of Indian institutional repositories in providing seamless access to research outputs. That is one comment from the one research article. So there is also lack of awareness and engagement, and that also requires for the enhancement of Indian institutional repositories. And also we need to have policy support. The absence of clear institutional policies supporting open access and repository usage is another obstacle, and without institutional mandates or incentives for researchers to deposit their work, repositories may not receive the necessary content to fulfill their roles as comprehensive open access platforms. So it happened to our India Archive preprint server. So we have lack of content, and we have also some recommendations to address the challenges. Several strategies can be considered. The first one is the institutions should prioritize allocating adequate funding for repository infrastructure and staffing, updating technological systems, and providing training for repository managers that can improve the functionality and usability of the repositories. And also we have to use the metadata standards, so which can be used for archiving or harvesting from other platforms. And increased awareness campaign and training workshop can educate researchers about the benefits of open access and how to effectively use institutional repositories. Institutional policy should be developed to mandate depositing research outputs into repository, ensuring a steady flow of content. And collaborative efforts between institutions, funding agencies, and government bodies can also support the sustainability of Indian institutional repositories. So these are the recommendations for the institutional repositories. So we know about Science Central Portal. It completed 10 years time, but it was established by CSIR with the objective of promoting open access to scientific research published by Indian researchers. And since its launch, this sciencecentral.in has served as a valuable platform for researchers, providing free access to wide range of scientific literature. So this is the portal, and we see that only few of the institutions, they are maintaining the content, and less than 10 institutions they are maintaining content, and most of the contents are available. Less than 1000 full text contents are there. So although these institutions are DBT or DST institutions, so they can provide more content. They are researchers or scientists, they are publishing more articles in open access domain, but they are not uploading on central portal. So that is one constraint, and all the libraries in those TBT and DST institutions, they got training how to use or how to develop open access repositories, but still there is no content made available from those institutions. So more than 20 DST institutions are there, more than around 20 DBT funded institutions are also there. So we hope that they will take up this Science Central portal and upload more open access documents onto this portal. So then we have India Archive, which was launched in November 2019. This is an initiative of Open Access India, one advocacy group, and this Open Access preprint repository for research articles and manuscripts in various disciplines, providing a platform for Indian researchers to share their work openly before formal peer review. If PSA office takes any decision about the preprint depositing for public funded research, so this platform can be promoted. So we also have ICSSR data service, ICSSR-dataservice.in, and this is provided by Minister of Statistics and Program Implementation. All the data provided by them and maintained by InfluentNet Center. So I think InfluentNet Center also helping this portal to upload the datasets coming out of ICSSR projects. So I don't see any ICSSR project funded datasets there, but I hope those soon be available soon. And also there is another alternative portals for this Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So that is called National Data Archive, microdata.gov.in, and this also hosts several datasets from the statistical surveys. So some of the areas where we will get the data, including the healthcare, housing, employment, unemployment, and enterprise survey. So all these kind of data sets are there on ICSSR data service portal and also National Data Archive portal. So they have statistical data on annual survey of industries, index of industrial production, etc. So in the morning, Dr. Gaur talked about National Digital Library of India. So this is data harvesting service, and we are also providing COVID-19 research resources, and they are hosting some of the publications and also full text papers and other resources. And they are also maintaining data repository related to COVID-19 data sets also there. So these are all interlinked and one can download using this portal. Then we have Indian Biological Data Center, which has been set up at the cost of 1 billion Indian rupees in Faridabad in Haryana state. It was dedicated to the nation on 10th November 2022, and this Indian Biological Data Center is mandated to archive all life science data generated from publicly funded research in India. So it has many infrastructural facilities, and this is the first national repository for life science data in India, and this is being established at Regional Center for Biotechnology in Faridabad. So it is maintaining presently 5 databases. So out of 5, 4 are openly accessed and one is controlled access. So one user needs some authentication to access the control access database. All are related to life science data. So some of the objectives include the perform quality control and curation of data, data backup, etc. Provide IT platform for archiving biological data, development of standard operating procedures for storing and sharing data as per FAIR principles, organize training programs on big data analysis and data sharing benefits, and develop web-based tools for data sharing. So IBDC is the one of the initiatives who are taking FAIR principles as practice. So we also have data.gov.in, and it has data sets from different ministries, different government bodies, and they are providing APIs for accessing data, and those can be used with different startup companies' applications, web applications or mobile applications. So and data visualization can also be possible from using data.gov.in data and APIs which are available there. So in conclusion, I would like to say that while Indian researchers face significant challenges in embracing open science, there is growing recognition of its importance. By addressing infrastructure limitations, funding constraints, cultural resistance, and providing adequate training, India can move towards a more open and collaborative research platform. While Indian institutional repositories face significant challenges in promoting open access, there are opportunities for improvement through targeted interventions, and by addressing funding constraints, technological limitations, awareness issues, and implementing supportive policies, Indian repositories can play a more effective role in advancing open science open access to scholarly research. Indian funding agencies should incentivize these institutions, networks, diamond open access publishers, and green open access initiatives through sustainable funding supports and policy interventions. And scholarly societies and libraries can also play important roles in policy advocacy and open science campaigns. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Hanus, for your comprehensive, summary and presentation. So we're going to have a Q&A at the end of the session. So I will invite the next speaker, Devika. So I don't have to introduce you. So you are so famous and serving so many important role in the domestic and the international societies. So I'm feeling, from in the morning, so there are so many, directly, indirectly, so many expectations to the influence your society. So maybe she gonna answer to your expectation in his
Put the spotlight. Thank you, Katsu. And I would like to start by saying thanks to COAR, especially my friend Kathleen for having me here, and UNESCO for hosting this very important discussion here. And as Katsu said, I do have a presentation which I'll get to in a moment, but before that, some important aspects of this discussion have been thrown up, and I would like to just touch upon those. My presentation is already there, I think. Yeah. The first I'll talk about the repository situation. Tomorrow also I have a talk, so I don't want to pre-bore you before boring you tomorrow. So I'll just keep that short. The repository situation in India. Then the second aspect I would like to touch upon is the reform in research evaluation. That discussion came now and then today, because this I did not write down as part of this presentation. And third, I will come to this, what I actually prepared. So about the repository situation in India, I can say historically in around 2000 and 2001, repositories were seen something as very esoteric and something that could be afforded only by rich and affluent institutes in India. This was the feeling. And in 2001-2, I came across this tool called DSpace, which was being launched, and I accidentally stumbled into the launch at MIT USA, and the features were presented to me by the team DSpace, and I was impressed because at that time we were really scouting for a tool which I could say very confidently to Indian researchers that here is a tool that you can use and I have confidence in. So I like that, and when we started, we practically, it was launched on November 6th, and November 7th we had our instance of DSpace in our institute, and we started with that and started sort of bringing a culture of repository, if you please, in India, and we have run 65 workshops from then to now in India, in Southeast Asia. Even we ran workshops for Libyans, which was a war-ridden country, and the Libyan libraries wanted to do repositories, but they could not do. So we pulled out the Libyan librarians to Tunisia, and we trained them there, again with the support of UNESCO. So we have done this kind of like a from grassroots level growing of repositories work, and then I'm very, very happy that in India we have the largest number of DSpace working instances today as of now, and this is really very nice, a proud moment, and I would really congratulate my colleagues in the working in the Indian libraries for doing this. And they didn't get any raise in salary or any special grant for this. They simply did this out of their own motivation, and that's really great. That is about the repository culture, the way it came into India. The other one is talking about InflibNet. We support repositories of India. We have, as already told here, Shodha Ganga is the ETD repository, the biggest one of India. This the repository. We help curate and host thesis and dissertations of Indian universities by having formal MOUs with the Indian universities. That's the biggest one. But apart from that, we also help the institutional repositories. As Dr. Anup just pointed out, many of the repositories are suffering because they don't have the technical know-how, they don't have the technical infrastructure, they don't have continued support. So for such people, we are actually hosting instances, cloud hosted instances of the repository, and we run it for them. And as of this speaking, I think InflibNet supports more than 80 plus such repositories on the clouds, and we welcome anybody who wants to take our help for building repositories to approach us. And tomorrow I'll be touching again. Anup already touched about many issues in local repositories, but this is a topic for tomorrow. So as I said, I will not pre-bore you in the last session of the day. Okay. Now coming to the other topic, which is sort of just jumped from that, the Ramya brought up, and her office has brought up this focus on the need for reform in research evaluation. This is something very, very close to my heart because of this story that I just told you, that we have helped repositories from 2001 onwards, and today we stand in 2024. It's 1/4 of a century, which is a long time. And we would think that we have done concerted efforts in repositories. I was a professor of LIS, and now I'm here in this capacity. But throughout this journey of 25-30 years, we have been working for open access and open access repositories. And it is to our dismay that we don't see content coming in at the rate that we want to see it coming. Okay? Content is very spare. Now, whenever we did the workshops and we did take feedback at the end of workshop, everybody was very enthusiastically nodding we agree, madam, and we'll go back, we'll use your, we even have a very hand holding kind of this thing, software where it automatically gets installed, and also they said, we'll go, we will install, everything happen. But that was like telling little boys, be a good boy, then they will all nod their head, yeah, we will be a good boy, and then they will not go, they go and be bad boys. Okay, something like that. The content still doesn't come in. So this is when I started wondering why content is not coming in. We need to address the why. Why content is not coming? We made it technically feasible for people to do this, but why content? So this is where we need to work with this is where there's a need for urgent need for reform in evaluation methods. Now I am telling, even Anup showed the CSIR repositories here, and he showed the number of publications that it got attracted over the years. Why this is happening? Now let the CSIR boss, whoever it is, let them make a statement that we will not only consider high impact, high ranked journals, but we will consider your article which you deposit in these repositories. Let one of the bosses in our country make this statement, okay, and then you can see magically these repositories will start getting populated. Okay, in the morning Rachel and the other speaker did say that the culture is there, and for the culture to change it will be slow and steady and things like this. I don't agree with this, sorry. Oh, I'm kicking. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll take care. So the culture is there, I agree, but in my opinion, in my humble opinion, we need a disruption. We need to be disruptive. We don't need this, we have built this culture for 100 years now of ranked journals and whatever it is. Do we need a next 100 years to change the culture? No, we don't need the next, if we go in the same way. So we need disruption, we need to talk to people, and we see that there are other ways to evaluate research, and those are the ways that we need to inculcate into science. And one of the small ideas I have been talking of late is about establishing the impact of open content under the topic of open content metrics. It's something that I talked about at ISSI conference at 2021. How do we establish the impact of open content? The day we have some model where we can establish the impact of open content, then we will be done with this normal whatever we have accepted as content as impact metrics till now. And also in the parlance, I will not go into details of each of the statement that I am making here, because each of the statement I need 90 minutes. My classes were 90 minutes as a teacher. So whichever topic I take, I'll talk for 90 minutes. So here I can't talk for 90 minutes. So I'm just giving the topics, but we'll engage at another point in time about the details of each of these. But the thing, what I want to say, we can talk at length about reform in research evaluation. We can talk in length about qualitative research evaluation. But in the end, we need metrics of some kind. We need metrics to say that I will promote XYZ because she or he has done this. I cannot promote XYZ to this position because she or he lacks in this. How do we make this decision? Okay. We cannot make this decision on qualitative discourse. We need metrics. This is something that we have to accept. Only thing, we have to change the way metrics are done right now, and we have to change them to what is called as responsible metrics. That's all. We need metrics. We cannot do away. I know there are, it's a question of mapping, and any mapping has got, when the transformation happens, we lose, it's a lossy transformation. So mapping from qualitative measurement to something quantitative, we'll have a lossy transformation. This I agree, because I work with semantics a lot. But anyway, we need metrics, and those metrics should be acceptable or across a broad range of stakeholders. And actually we should have a participatory way of building those metrics. So these are my takes on these two topics of open repositories and about the reform of research evaluation. I'll keep the details for another day, like I said. Now coming to this, everybody knows, as Kansu said, what's InflibNet, but for those who don't know, we are a major player in promoting scholarly communication among the academicians of India, but basically our activities are to support higher education in India. It's not only, it's understood as though we are only a library network in India, but InflibNet does much more than that, and we support UGC itself in all the higher education and MOE, the Ministry of Education, in many of the higher education activities that are taking place in the country. So I can advance this. Doesn't work. Oh, okay. There's a button, and then go this way. No. Oh, thank you. So this topic was also discussed that the G20 various dialogues have been there. India has just completed its presidency of G20, and now Brazil is taken over. But in the Indian presidency, there were several domains that were discussed under the G20 discussions, but never was discussed the library cooperation as one of the topics of G20. So after our presidency, though it was planned during the presidency, but there was a conference held in Pondicherry about from the library, what about the G20 cooperation of Library Information Center. So one of the recommendations of the conference was to start a G20 knowledge sharing platform, which we have implemented as a pilot in InflibNet, and this is the pilot just to show. And what we want to do is to bring up the knowledge repositories of the G20 documents and the G20 repository itself, and run the blogs for whatever discussions are going on, issues related to burning issues related to G20. Also forge collaborations, and through these things we have a discussion forum, have the agenda of conferences and workshops that are taking place, and also have something like a news blog that is running. So this is the basic way that we have envisaged the G20 knowledge sharing platform. Basically it will be a network of G20 libraries, data centers, and information centers. This will work as a platform, and we have showcased this to our MEA, what is called the RIS under MEA, which is responsible for G20 activities such as this. And we have noticed several policies on open science from our the G20 members. We have collected several of these, like for example all these countries, and we are making also including also these under the repository that I just showed. And then this is one more thing, that every time the G20 presidency shifts, they come up with the priorities for the next presidency. What is the, and for coming up with the next presidency, they require a lot of backup documentation and work. So we are trying to trace domain-based or topic-based resources that we can make available to the G20 itself, based on which they will prioritize for their presidency. So these also we are trying to trace, basically through all the documents and the resources, that knowledge resources that they use in coming up with the priorities for this. So we just tracked for Brazil what they used, a set of resources, and then how they came up with the priorities that are listed like this. Okay. So for that's what I said. For Brazil, we took it as like a case study, and we did the curation of open access content based on these priorities that they have announced. And under those priorities, we tracked the full text thesis, the research articles that are present, and the experts that are already present under our IRINS. I'll just explain what is IRINS in a moment. And then we created the platform to invite research papers on priorities. This I heard that Indian presidency also did this, but at that time they did it as a piecemeal approach to invite about what I was told is about 330 research articles, which led to prioritizing indicating what are the priorities the Indian presidency will take up. So they had that kind of an approach. So we thought, okay, let us make it a little bit more scientific and give a workflow for collecting such research papers. Also, we have the research profile gateway, which is actually what I have written there as IRINS, of scientists, faculties, researchers, librarians, data managers of the D20 countries. So this is our IRINS system. It is the research information network system, and it is that is the address. Any of you can go and explore this. And what we have here is right now this many profiles. We have about 10 lakh or more, like 15 or 16 lakh profiles of faculty members from universities and institutes in India. And we have their citations, their all the metrics that are there are coming to their publication and from their publications, and we can show all the kinds of collaborations they have done doing data analysis on what we have over here already. And IRINS, we actually give instances to universities so that they can run it as their own researcher network, branded by their university logo or their name and such things. So we can even run an instance for PSA itself if that is required. So this is how the IRINS looks like. If you have a librarian, we have, like, we just took out for the information, we have 1653 librarians. Their total publications are like that, their networks are like that, the citations, there is everything we can have in one dashboard. Yeah, I'm done. So in one dashboard we can present their complete collaboration and their the metrics for them. So this is the kind of the backbone we have, a design level thing that we have planned for the G20 knowledge sharing platform, and we will be populating this with all the information about the librarians, data managers, the information professionals under the G20. So that in short is what I wanted to say. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Maybe she's still hiding the most important and the most interesting part for the tomorrow presentation. So let's expect her tomorrow's presentation. The last speaker of today is Vino from the Leibniz Institute, and they're gonna provide us some disruptive idea from the viewpoint of the open knowledge graph. So let's get started.
Thank you, Katsi. And also thank you, Kathleen and Rishali, for inviting me, and also for UNESCO providing this platform. It's always hard to be the last speaker of the day because I'm the only one standing between you and your evening plans or rest of your day plans. But let's see. Yeah, so I come from the Leibniz. So we are also the institution who were part of the German DEAL consortium, but I'm not here to talk about that. I would rather be talking about something, how we can rethink scholarly communication with the Open Research Knowledge Graph, which is the project that I've been working on. And so this is a project that has been initiated at the German National Library for Science and Technology 5 years ago, and the alpha release of the 5-year celebration would be in May 16th that we are going to celebrate that. So any work that I'm going to present is a large team effort of the whole team. Although before I begin, I also have a disclaimer that I'm going to present it with a biased perspective because I have a research background and I'm a researcher working in the library, working together with subject librarians. So if there are librarians around here, you're awesome people. Thanks for working together with researchers. Before delving into the topic, I wanted to step back and see if we had to think about how we had to come to this venue in the morning. We would have used something like these maps if it was 50 years ago, but we don't use them anymore. I'm sure everyone would have used some kind of online maps like Google Maps or OpenStreetMaps or something like that. But the additional advantage of these maps are that it's just in your hand and it's easy to navigate. But then you can also zoom in, you can also look in other features like traffic jam or opening hours and what are the other interesting places around if you want to visit them. Yeah, if you have to digitize, and if I say that I would just scan all of these maps as PDFs and I put it together, it won't work for navigation. It won't work in our Google Maps or OpenStreetMaps. But not just this, but also the event itself is a example for that, because people who are not able to join us are joining via hybrid. So technology is providing us some ways to advance. But how about science and scholarly communication? When the printing press was open, we were publishing scientific results by printing those into a journal. And then several years ago, like when Einstein was still alive, supposed to be one of the greatest minds, we were still printing them because printing was a little cost effective. And we are still not printing them, but as Ramya mentioned, we are digitizing everything, but not yet digitalizing. So we are making better and better PDFs until today. That is what we are being very good at, so that's fine. But yeah, science does not completely harvest the potential of digitalization. Nothing much has changed because we are still similar to the example that I mentioned before. We are just making scanned versions of those maps and then putting them and expecting us to work like Google Map, and it's not working. And what we are trying to actually do is like try and change horse into a car. So if you want to make a car, you have to make proper machines. You can't just bring two horses and make them like do magic and then ask them to become cars. So that is what we are trying to do with scholarly communication in general. And what happens with that is this consequence of such document-centered information flow is that there is a huge amount of publication flood or information overflow. There are at least 2.5 million new publications every year, and almost 1.7 trillion US dollars are spent on research. Not just the money, but also how many researchers are involved in that and the time that is involved in creating that research outputs. And if researchers in even a small field do not have an overview of something, and if you want to ask a specific question or answering a specific question, it is like searching for a needle in the haystack. And that also leads us to reproducibility crisis and monopolization of commercial actors and deficiency of quality peer review, because if you have more and more articles coming up, then you can't find good peer reviewers. And that also leads to predatory practices in publishing, which is up to debate again. But I would also explain that with an example, because my background is in biomedical science, and CRISPR is a technology that is used for genome editing. And if I search CRISPR in Google Scholar, I get around close to 1 million results depending on when you search it. But the point is that these are just documents there, and if I want to ask specific questions like who applied CRISPR on butterflies or specific organisms, and what is the minimal cost that I can do with, and how do these techniques or technology compare with other genome editing techniques, I wouldn't have any way to find them, because I would have PDFs and PDFs. I mean, one could argue that I would need to use a proper keyword search and like better filtering. We can do all of that, but I still end up with thousands of PDF articles where I wouldn't be able to answer these questions without scanning through all those 1,000 articles, which is impossible for a human to do in 24 hours or whatever time that it takes. So it's time for us to rethink scholarly communication. Similar to the example that I said about horses and cars, a light bulb was not invented by just improving candle, which is the quote from Oren Harari. And we need to digitalize documents and not, digitalize knowledge and not documents. I'm just saying that because we have been digitalizing documents so much. Apart from that, how do we do that? So the knowledge graphs are already widely used in industry. Knowledge graphs are nothing but the interconnectedness of different representational elements as entities. So yeah, one could mathematically describe them, but for the sake of simplicity, if you're using Google, or if you're using Netflix, or if you're using Amazon, knowledge graphs work behind them in order to suggest you new products. And if you have bought those new products, you are being consumer of knowledge graphs. And if knowledge graphs function so much efficiently for all our life areas, why don't we use them for science or open science in general? And thus was born the idea of the Open Research Knowledge Graph, which is supposed to be a lighthouse in the publication flood. And radically, the Open Research Knowledge Graph is open and it supports FAIR principles. And currently, we have around close to 30,000 papers described in semantic form, which covers around 6,400 research problems, covering comparisons of 1,500 close to them. I will come to what those comparisons are, which also contains visualizations, which are all created by a large number of users who are researchers trying to take advantage of the Open Research Knowledge Graph. And the Open Research Knowledge Graph also aims to be a good participant in the interconnected knowledge graphs and other services, such that we have better interoperability, where when we have like Tesserae or terminology services, we just make advantage of them in order to represent knowledge as it has to be represented. And the curation that we do in the knowledge graph is we do have machine assistance, and we also have very new features coming up for the 5th year anniversary of the alpha release. But most of the curation work that we do is of high quality because we involve a lot of human users. Most of them are subject librarians. We also have information scientists working together in order to semantically structure the data, and we work closely with domain experts to create a knowledge graph for the particular domain. And we are helpful that we have both user board and advisory board that advise us on how we can improve the functionalities within the Open Research Knowledge Graph, and also how the data needs to be structured for a certain domain, which as a biologist, if I am the curator, I wouldn't be able to curate something from physics or theoretical physics, and I would always need support from a domain expert in how the data is structured, and then I could support them later on. With that, everyone could actually create, edit, add, complement, and reuse, which means if you go into the Open Research Knowledge Graph, it's free for use, and you can create an account, and then you can start adding your favorite papers or your own research papers, and then you can extract the salient features from your paper to be represented in the semantic web. So what constitutes the Open Research Knowledge Graph is the basic output of any research activities, papers, and over there you see on the left, you see the text dense PDF article, and from there salient features are extracted and presented in a semantic form. So this is more machine readable and also human actionable instead of going through the text dense article. And behind this functions the knowledge graph, where these notes preferably says about the authors, but we are not really interested in the metadata. Rather, we are interested in what comes with this research article by extracting the salient features. And by extracting the salient features in a semantic form, these scholarly contributions now become both machine actionable and fair, which is the findable, actionable, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And one of the most commonly used features is the comparisons. Comparisons are nothing but like a tabular view of state of the art of a particular research question. And in this, you can actually compare across many articles. If you have an article and there are many other articles that are similarly done in your studies, usually when a researcher starts with their literature review, that is what they are doing. But most of the literature reviews are never published as individual articles. But this is a way that you can actually make use of the Open Research Knowledge Graph in order to tabulate your literature review, and then you could use that as a comparison and then see those emerging patterns. What this allows is that whatever is not able to be captured by a particular or single article, or the emerging themes from multiple articles, could be visualized easily by these approaches such as comparisons or systematic review. And a comparison usually contains contributions, which we call it as contributions, which are basically individual unit of the articles, or one paper can also have two different conclusions, and those two conclusions can become a contribution or individual contribution. And we also have semantic terms like properties, resources, and literals. These are nothing but these salient features that are extracted from the research articles. For example, if I measured something like the mass of the moon is that much, and then that particular statement is represented in a semantic form. I will show you an example of how it looks in the Open Research Knowledge Graph. The column in the gray that you see are the properties. So these are actually for studies on COVID-19, because we have been talking so much about COVID-19 and how it has impacted in changing all of our views on how we need to improve open science. So here you have different properties about at which location the study was done, which time period it was done, and the reproductive number or the R0 values, and they have like a confidence limit of upper and lower limit, and the method that is used. So you could see that across different articles, so there's one location in Italy, two in Iran, and there's one in Singapore, and across these the values differ. And during the beginning of this was not done in the beginning of the pandemic, but if such a system existed in the beginning of the pandemic, one could see that how these values are changing, and what at different locations these are changing, and accordingly what can be done in the local regions, or what need to be done globally. And how would an early career researcher actually benefit from that? Because we always consider research articles as the primary output of a research activity, but there could also be interim activities like, or interim outputs like these research graphs or the comparisons, where you can acknowledge the creators who are creating. So if I create a comparison with 10 articles, and you as a researcher came and saw that it's not updated, and then you have 3 more articles, you can add, and you'd be acknowledged for that. And you can also create a citable DOI for each of those versions of those comparisons, which means, with citable DOIs and permanent identifiers, you can be credited, and then that can be introduced into the current reward systems. And the most advantageous of all of these is the created visualizations, because as I was mentioning, if you have data trends or knowledge gaps in an area, which you cannot individually refer from one article, but you can refer across multiple articles. That is what this particular visualization is doing. And so we all have been talking about open science as the end goal of something, but open science should not be the end goal of our research activity. Autonomy of science should be the end goal of research activity, and open science should just be a tool to help that. And we also have observatories, which are called as discipline-specific knowledge graphs. So if you want to create a specific knowledge graph for a discipline, then it is possible to create an observatory, and you could also collect folks from that particular discipline in order to come together and create such repositories or such observatories, where it can all act as a semantic repository for that particular research area. And that could also identify trends, knowledge gaps, and data gaps, for example. And one such example is the ecology community, or the invasion ecology community, that has been using it very successfully, because the data collection in invasive ecology is very, very expensive and cannot redo those experiments. So such an approach is useful for them. And there are also a lot of Indian researchers in computer science who have taken advantage of the observatories, who are users of our open research knowledge graph. And to do this discipline-specific knowledge graph, we also collaborate closely with domain experts, and we also have that as a curation grant, which is basically, as a domain expert, you work together with us for 6 months, and you receive up to 400 euros for creating each of those comparisons. And the deadline for this curation grant is on 6th May. So if you're interested in that, please to apply for it. I would try to conclude my talk by saying that there was this Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information, which was launched yesterday, which is supposed to support the sustainable infrastructure for open research information. And with such declaration and JORA and COAR, I think we need to rethink how we do scholarly communication, and we need to probably change and shift our models of rewards and incentives, which I think is a very big topic for everyone. And we could talk about that for another 90 minutes if we all would have time, but we don't have that time. So I would conclude by giving away this takeaway message that we need to rethink about scholarly communication, because scholarly work can also be an expression of other than research article. Just the collection of different research articles and the emerging patterns out of that could also be considered research output. And by creating workflows for both machine assistance and for human in the loop, we try to make knowledge both human actionable and machine actionable. which I think is currently lacking. And we use a crowd-based approach with machine assistance so that we do not really rely completely on AI systems that would mostly hallucinate. And for a quality knowledge representation of what we know of the published literature, we probably need more human curators for the open research knowledge graph, because as I mentioned, we are a discipline agnostic knowledge graph, but we only have 30,000 papers that are well represented, because that is like a lot of human effort in order to extract the salient features out of those research articles. With that, I would conclude my talk and take questions, comments, criticisms, and emotional outbursts too.
So I'm going to take a couple of questions here. Catherine, please.
I don't think, is it on? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
So I think that's really interesting what you're doing, but I wonder how you would manage in a multilingual environment. Is that something that would be extremely hard to build a knowledge graph in an environment where there's a lot of multilingual content, or perhaps it's easier to do now with automated translation tools and so on?
Thank you for the wonderful question. As we have discussed earlier in the morning, the automated translations, I think Irina was mentioning that we shouldn't trust them directly. So I would also second that. One way that we could support multilinguality is because in a knowledge graph, it is all ontology based. And if we create proper vocabularies and thesauri, and those refer and interlink together, then it is technically easier, but we are not yet at that stage where all our ontologies are not so flat, because it also needs like proper granularity, and we do not have that yet. So if we achieve that ideal case scenario of having the best granularity and also the best ontology that's possible, which doesn't run flat the moment something else comes up, then we would be able to support multilinguality. Although we have tried and tested supporting multilinguality. I wouldn't say multilinguality because we only tested for German. So it is still working with the open research knowledge graph, where we link that as same as, and we also link that towards Wikidata. And as I again mentioned, there are some areas where Wikidata does great, and there are some areas Wikidata it kind of fails. But that is the best tool that we have now, and so we could support some elements of it, but I'm more optimistic that it will happen for the better.
I have some other questions, but I'll ask you directly those questions so as not to monopolize the time we have left.
Thank you. So I have one question. Like you spoke about, like in the last point, it was AI being, acting as the hallucinator. So I do not agree with that completely. But like AI, being the invent now Google's Bard and this Chat GPT. So don't you think platforms like these will give more space to the researchers, to more specific and accurate questions, what you mentioned in your slide while you begin your presentation? How does that?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. This is something that we have been also working for more than 6 months. So our NLP team is tackling that. When I mentioned that AI systems could hallucinate, it is just because in general they have seen that, and particularly when it comes to curating a knowledge graph, or particularly research knowledge graph, it really struggles a lot. We are trying to improve that and watch out the space, and we will have some release for the 5th year alpha release, and we will have a system where we could work more trustfully with AI systems.
So any other to the including the unopened Devika?
So my question is for Devika ma'am, if you allow. So ma'am, I have 2 questions.
The first one is regarding the preprints, and the other one is the broader one, which has been in a while since a while. So regarding the preprints, I have a doubt that are preprints really authentic way for the open access? Because since they are not peer reviewed, it might be possible that the data they contain could be misinterpreted, misinformed, or manipulated. First question. And the second one is like we all know that how important the open access, open science is, but is it that open access is one of the driving force for the degrading quality of researches?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And again, can I extend here? Like these are the questions that always come whenever I make a good speech on open access. People accept, and then they say open access is poor quality. But somebody said today a good statement that science is self-corrective. It has a mechanism in the scientific community to take what is distilled out of research and then discard. So, in my opinion, at least, we should not really bother about whether preprint is bad data. When we started talking about ETDs back 25 years ago, some of the vice chancellors said that how are you proposing putting thesis in electronic form? In 2 days, people will cut and paste and make their own research. They just submit it as their thesis. This was their apprehension. Now you tell me in the library, if you keep them as bound volume in the print, to take Xerox, go and type it up and then submit it to any other university as their research work. Is that detectable more, or is the digital world detectable more? So you have to go digital if you. So those were the apprehensions. We really had this in the committees. So these apprehensions will always be there. But as I believe, being more open, taking the open standards way and open tools way is the only way for research to progress.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh yeah, please have.
Open peer review of the preprint articles can also be an option. So we'll get the review from the experts or the peers. So that can be also be possible. Yeah, post publication, pre publication, anyway. So we can have these options also there.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we need to close today to conclude and the session. So thanks again for the whole speakers and the participants, including Zoom and YouTube and connection. So thanks again, and conclude the session today. And there's a housekeeping from you or Sunny. There's anything? So from no need to say anything for tomorrow. Yeah. 9:30.
So tomorrow we are starting at 9:30 and we are closing by 4 o'clock because everybody want to go flights and travel. So please come at 9:30. We'll start the session on time. Okay. Thank you.